I just started the little live though. Give everybody a while to kind of tap in.
Know if any of the Akim gonna join or not?
I don't know. We got it though, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just.
If they want to put in some work though,
He said,
let them put their work in. My camera look kind of blurry, huh?
I mean, it's just that background light.
That was gonna do it. They ain't do it. Let's see. Kind of switch it over then. Look. I need a little lamp right here or something.
You do. You really do.
It's all good. We ain't bring our lamp home. Not bad.
Can you still hear me, King?
God, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Con, can you hear me? You can't hear me? Soldier Kodash, can you hear me? Soldier Kodash, can you hear me? It's gonna be a chill class tonight, man. It's gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be pretty good. Con. Gabar in the cut. Shalom. Soldier Zion in the cut. Shalom. Con, we're gonna get started in a second. Man. It was a long and short week. Long and short week, man. We made it though, you feel me? We made it. Another Sabbath. Let's go, man. It don't stop. Man, it's a blessing. Woo! Hey, grab it's this precept. Actually, I'll grab it because I ain't doing that anyway. I think it's like Sirach 33 or something. Sirach 33 and 7. It says, "Why doth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun? By the knowledge of the Lord they are distinguished, and he altered the seasons and feasts. Khan. Shalom, Officer Tahawam. Anyways, I pulled out this precept because the Most High God distinguished the days. You know, he made some days to be special. He made some days to be ordinary days. You know, he set up feast days. We got Pentecost. We keeping our Sunday. Man, it's gonna be a beautiful time with all the Akim. Always a beautiful thing whenever you can actually just not worry about nothing and be able to enjoy your brothers and sisters, man. Because in the world, it's not like that. You go to a party, you go to the club, you try and hang out, you got brothers fighting, sisters fighting, shootouts, all kind of stuff be popping up. I was just on Facebook. Tell me why I was just on Facebook, and I seen it was in Atlanta, and this is how you know it's bad. When you try and click on the video, it says you got to push down here to actually see it because it's like censored. Anyways, Shorty ran over a whole Jake and snapped his neck, ran them over. And they all at the gas station screaming. There's a whole bunch of folly going on, man. But I bring that up to say whenever we have these feast days and get-togethers, we don't have to worry about that. And that's a blessing, man. That's a blessing. You can actually enjoy your brothers and sisters, man. You know what I'm saying? It's that chill. Man, I'm going to go ahead and open up, though. I'm going to go ahead and open up. All right, Khan, man. Shalom, Imnakshis, Issachar, Officer Tahawam, FN, Shalom Alakim, Donnie Stone, Shalom, Shalom. Hey, man, shout out to everybody that's on the live stream. First and foremost, all praises, all honor, and all glory go to the Most High God, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, HaMashiach, Yahweh Shah. Tonight is the Sabbath, just like every Sabbath.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me though? I should be good. Everybody on the comment board said they
I can't hear you on my phone, King Shalakia.
Can you hear me though? I should be good. Everybody on the comment board said they
I can't hear you on my phone, King Shalakia.
Can you hear me though? I should be good.
I'm gonna try to come back. I'm gonna try to go out and come back in if that's cool.
Yeah, let's go. Con. So, man, tonight. Hey, my pleasure, Donnie Stone. My pleasure. Tonight, we kind of going off the spirit like we usually do. We don't really, when me and Officer Aharon do our lessons, we usually don't map it out. Every precept, every word we're gonna say. We definitely try and go out with the spirit, because you never know, man. You never know. So what I'm gonna kick it off with tonight is 2nd Ezra chapter 9. I'm gonna touch on Luke chapter 21, and we're just gonna go off the spirit from there. I'm gonna give let me add him back to the stream. You good now? Con. All right, let's see. Give me 1 second. I told somebody I was gonna do something real quick. So let's all right, I just opened up. Let's start it off with 2nd Ezra chapter 9, King.
Well, verse 1.
Con.
God. This is 2nd Ezra 9:1. He answered me then and said, Measure thou the time diligently in itself.
What did it say?
Measure thou the time diligently in itself.
Con. That's why I actually made the title of this lesson, Measure the Time. Now, if you don't have the understanding on what is actually being said through the precepts, we're going to get that understanding tonight. And we got to make sure we're constantly examining and measuring the time. Hey, what's the main way that you measure the time is by being observant. Being observant of what's written, the testimonies of our forefathers, the prophecies, and being observant of what's going on around you, like society, your community, the news, world news, breaking news. That's how you measure the times. And when you measure the times, you get understanding what time you're living in. And you can kind of see where you are and see how close the end really is. So we got to make sure we observing the time. Con, we sharpen and blaze tonight. Con, that's what I like to see right there. We sharpen and blaze tonight. Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. All right. Shalom, Captain. Yeah, let's kick that one more time. Spit that one more time.
God. Second Ezra chapter 9 and verse 1. He answered me then and said, Measure thou the time diligently in itself, in which and when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
Con. So check this out. I want everybody to look at verse 1 that says, and when thou seest part of the signs past. Now, the Most High God always uses signs to speak to his people. Hey, grab Deuteronomy 28 and 46. 28 and 46. Right? He always uses signs. And I'm gonna grab this one in Jeremiah.
God, this is Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 46.
Mm-hmm.
It says, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder.
Ooh.
Thee forever.
So in that particular verse in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46, everyone should know that verse, goes back to the curses that was placed on our nation, on our people. And you have to understand that those curses that was put on our people were for a sign. It was for a sign so we can come back to who we was as a people. So we can actually observe that and acknowledge that and come back home. All right. This is Jeremiah chapter 28, and I'll kick it off at verse 7. It says, nevertheless, hear thou now this word that I speak in thine ears and in the ears of all the people. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied against many countries and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence. Now, every single time, the Most High God, he always sends a prophet to warn the people of what's going to happen before it actually takes place on earth. Moses and Aaron, before the plagues hit, he sent them to warn Pharaoh, hey, let my people go or this is going to happen. You with me? Hey, Jeremiah. Hey, you got the mighty prophet Isaiah. He was letting King Hezekiah what's going to know before it happened. Not even just King Hezekiah. Hey, Isaiah, the prophet, he prophesied about many things before it hit the scene. He prophesied about John the Baptist. He prophesied about our Savior before it happened. You see what I'm saying? That's why you have to measure the times diligently in itself and understand what days, what time we are living in. And you should know by now. If you don't know, through the precepts, we're going to get understanding. Through these scriptures, you're going to come to realize that you're living in the last days, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, whether you even believe it or not, the facts are still there. The proof is in the pudding. And what Quadash say earlier, he said the proof is in the pudding. mighty soldier right there. But you got anything you want to add real quick? I want to grab something.
La, you already touched on everything, really.
All right, Khan. It's this one in I want to say Timothy, where it tell you perilous times. I get 2 Timothy 3:1. Woo! Second Timothy 3:1. And like I said, me and Aharon, we usually always do our lessons off the spirit. We don't map it out because the spirit gonna take us where we gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Bring that out when you're there, though.
This is 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come.
It says, in the last days, perilous times shall come. I actually want to look up that word real quick. Perilous. Look at what we got. The definition on Google says, full of danger or risk. That's all it say. Exposed to imminent risk or disaster or ruin. Whew. Hey, this definition hidden right here. Synonyms say hazardous, risky, unsafe, treacherous, vulnerable, critical, exposed, difficult. You get the picture. Read that verse again, Baba Kasha.
2 Timothy 3 and 1, it says, this know also that in the last days perilous times shall come.
And the perilous times that's coming is going to be very dangerous, full of risk. You're going to have everything to lose, you know, if you haven't lost it already. Let's keep reading.
It says, for men shall be lovers of their own selves.
And we see that on a large scale. People don't care about nothing or anything or anybody but themselves. You actually have people who don't care about anyone or anything. Man, we got to spit on that one, man. Who don't care about anything but themselves. Who got the mentality like, I can do it all by myself. I don't need nobody else. Oh, this the one. This the one. Hold on, let me put my acting face on. I can't do it right now. But this is what they say. It's me against the world. Knowing damn well you can't take on the world by yourself. 2 people will do you in, you know? But they don't care about anybody but themselves. Hey, who we hear say that the other night? I was dying. Alizar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man, that was funny.
He was finna do him.
Captain DeBar, he showed me how it was like an entanglement on the streets, and this car just T-boned this other car. And then his homeboy, he was fixing on his car, and he ran across the street. And the dude that actually got hit by his homeboy, I know that sounds confusing, but the point is he ran up on him, shot him a few times, then he got closer and shot him in his head, and then ran to his homeboy, and his homeboy was still alive and okay. Like, what was the point in killing him? You know, that wasn't even necessary. You know, we can sit all day on just this first part. It says, for men shall be lovers of their own selves. And honestly, they don't even know how to love themselves. You know, that's the harsh truth. People don't know how to love themselves. If they knew how to love themselves, they would love others. Really? Hey, because you got to understand that your brother, your sister, we all members of the same body. Hey, grab me a precept on that, man. Baba Kasha. Definitely judgment. That was definitely judgment from the Most High God. I agree with that, Quadash. But hey, for real though, he gonna grab the precept, and we're gonna talk game after that. It's probably one in Corinthians or Ephesians. Anyone really?
On what? I didn't really hear you. What do you want?
Oh, about us being members of the same body. Us being members of the same body.
Con. This is First Corinthians. I'll break it down. This is First Corinthians, chapter 12, and verse 24. It says, "For our comely parts have no need, but God hath tempered the body together, having given more abundant honor to the part which lacketh, or the part which lacked." It says that there should be no schism in the body, but that the members should have the same care one for another. It says, "And whether one member suffer, all the members suffer with it, or one member be honored, all the members rejoice with it." So, as Israel as a whole, we're all a body. We're all body parts. We're all built up together. We can't be having schisms in the body and people who don't love each other, and the body won't function right. You can't have a running person. You can't run if your ankle is broke. That's just one part of the body. It's a schism. You can't run now. It can't function properly, or you can't write something down if your index finger broke. So as Israel as a whole, we are built up in one body. But nowadays we see brothers got schisms in their body. They don't trust nobody in their circle. There's no love for one for another. Just like Akim was going into earlier. I see a lot of days now. Women are starting to be like independent and want to be the man. And I was only with him because I was bored. I never really loved him anyway. They kind of sleeping with his brother. It's just a lot of wickedness going on, and that's just the times we coming in, and it's all prophecy. We seen it coming. We already knew what the deal was. It's just it's just sad to see.
Yeah, definitely. It says in Wisdom of Solomon, not Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiastes. I'm gonna grab it real quick so it's more powerful. What is it, 1:18 or something? Yeah, Ecclesiastes 1:18. It says, "For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth in knowledge increaseth in sorrow." So grab Revelation chapter 10 for me. It tell you Solomon, King Solomon, he the wisest man to walk on the earth, except for our Lord. So he said out of his own mouth, when you increase in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, it's sweet. It's a beautiful thing because you have the understanding of the scriptures. You have the understanding on why men move the way they move. You have the understanding and the knowledge of what's going to happen before it happens. But at the same time, it's real sorrowful. It becomes bitter. It's sweet at first, but when you actually digest the wisdom, sometimes it's bitter because you see the state that your people is in. You see the mindset that they in. You see how they don't have any brotherly love. You see how they don't even love themselves. You see, I always like saying this. I heard it one time and it was like music to my ears. Our people resembles a man in a canoe with one paddle in the middle of the ocean, looking for land. And you know what he's doing with that one paddle? Going in circles. He's not going to be able to get out of there by himself. He needs somebody else. He needs the Most High God, and he need his brother. So you gotta leave off that old mentality. I can do it by myself. I don't need no help. No, brother, you need help. You need help. There's nothing wrong with that. There's power in numbers and help. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it by yourself. Did you get that in Revelation?
Yeah, I'm holding it right here.
You know what I want?
Yeah, this is Revelation chapter 10 and verse 9. It says, "And I went unto the angel, and he said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey."
Come on.
So keep going.
Come
on. Verse 10. "And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up, and it was in my mouth as sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter."
What does he mean by that? What's really going on? And he told him to take up that book and eat it up. We know what that book is. That book is this Bible. It's the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of this book, the testimonies of our forefathers. Hey, the book of the law that perish not. You know what I'm saying? When you eat it, it's sweet. When you put it in your, when you, just like you drop some honey or you eat a piece of a honeycomb, whatever kind of is on your tongue is beautiful, man. You can't get enough of it. But when you have so much of it, it does something to you. It does something to your stomach. Now, in the Bible, you got to understand wordplay. Let's take our time with this, King. Let's everybody walk with me on this, because this is important. Everyone loves wordplay. Everyone speaks and codes, and you have to be in a certain place at a certain time mentally to understand it. Like if I was like, "Hey, Officer Aharon, you on point, King." What was I trying to say? And he doing a good job at what he's doing. He on point. He's focused. Or if I was like, "Hey, your shoes, they wet, they bussin'." Is his shoes actually drenched in water? No. It means they fire. It means they look good. You got to understand the biblical wordplay, the terminology, the code words. Now, in the Bible, honey represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right? Let's prove that. Let's go to Psalms 119, and I'll grab this one. Hey, give me a precept in Job. It talks about the belly. It says it burst out. You'll find it if you look for it. If not, I'll find it. I'm gonna grab this precept on honey because I want everybody to actually, I want to be thorough. I want everybody to follow me. This is Psalms chapter 119, and I'm gonna start at 99 and read down, but I'm gonna kind of move through it quick. I just want you to see the context so that my point will be strengthened. It'll be strong. Psalms 119 and 99 says, "I have more understanding than all my teachers, for thy testimonies are my meditation." So he's saying, King David's saying, like, I have this understanding because I meditate on the testimonies of my forefathers. I understand more than the ancients because I keep thy precepts. And he said, I have more understanding than the elders because I focus on your law, because I keep the words of the Bible. It says, I have refrained my feet from every evil way that I might keep thy word. So he's refraining himself from doing evil so he can stay on that straight and narrow path. It says, I have not departed from thy judgments, for thou hast taught me. How sweet are thy words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. He said that the words of the Most High God are sweet. Sweet to his taste. Can he actually eat words? You can't. You can't actually take a word and eat it. But you can take wisdom, knowledge, and understand it and let it digest in your brain. Right? It says, through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way. And the reason why I started at verse 99 and read down to 104 is to show you the context. It's talking about wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and the law, statutes, and commandments. And he eats those things, and it's sweet like honey. And we can pull plenty of precepts. What you got, King?
Hold a couple of them.
Bring them out.
God. This is Job 32 and 19. It says, behold, my belly is as wine which hath no vent. It is ready to burst like new bottles.
He said his belly. Read that one more time.
God. It says, behold, my belly is as wine which hath no vent.
And what he's referring to when he said his belly, he's talking about his mind. And the wine that he's referring to is wisdom, knowledge, and understanding on a deeper level. And not everybody can drink wine. You have to be at a certain age. Everyone knows that. You don't give wine to an infant. You don't give wine to a little toddler. You give it to men or women who's becoming of age, who can handle it. And on a spiritual level, that wine is understanding on a higher or deeper level. And you can't be a baby. You can't be a toddler. You have to be mature enough to have that understanding and to accept that wine. So he said his belly is ready to burst out because of so much wine. Meaning his mind has so much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, it's hard to contain it. He always wants to teach. He always wants to show or teach, use his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That's what Job is trying to say. Right. So wine, let's start from the top. You got milk. It tells you that milk is the basics of the Bible. Just how a baby needs milk. When you come into the Bible, you have to start out with the basics. You got to start out with the milk. You got to understand who you are according to the Bible. You got to understand who other people are according to the Bible. You got to understand what's required of you. Hey, and then once you get of age, you start eating honey. And you start seeing, you see the curses that's put on your people. Hey, what's some more honey?
Honey.
Mm-hmm.
You know what kind of brother you are, really, because a lot of if a elder's honey is not my honey, you know, his honey can be parables. My honey be going to Psalms, you know. It's just sweet things that I see here and there. Whereas another man's honey may be prophecy, where I'm not that deep. That's wine unto me, you know. But it just depends on what every man's gift was given, you know. Because if somebody was given the gift of prophecy and it's easy for him to get it, that's honey. It's like, man, that's hitting. That's honey.
Yeah, sweet.
You know what I'm saying? But
I see what you're saying.
wine unto that man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
hey, so you got levels. You got levels. Because everybody, if I say something real beautiful and it makes sense, what's gonna come out of your mouth? Why? Because he just ate. He just ate. We eating a spiritual meal. You got milk, the fundamentals. You got honey, it's a little bit above the milk. Then you got wine, it's a little bit above the honey. And then you got meat. Hey, you got to be strong to eat that meat. A whole T-bone steak. And once you get really old enough, once you're strong enough and mature enough in this Bible, you can have a whole plate. And you got the bitter herbs, you got a little bit of lamb, you got the wine, you might have some water, some bread. Look, then you can actually feast, because this is a spiritual meal. Why do you think our Lord and Savior said, hey, come drink of my blood? And the blood represents the wine. Excuse me, he said, drink of my blood, and what he was referring to was the blood of him, and we know that's going back to the wine. Numerous precepts. That's kind of sounded confusing how I said that. And he said, come take of my bread, eat of my body. We know that bread represents Yahweh Shah, and it also represents knowledge, right? Like Sirach chapter 15:3, it'll tell you that. You know, so I'm getting kind of fired up. Woo, let's go. Shabbat Shalom. You got something else though, right?
No, I ain't gotta grab it.
Man, what you got though? I kind of want to see what it is.
It's the same precept I always pull. This is Proverbs 10:21. The lips of the righteous feed many. It says, but fools die for want of wisdom. So that's one of my cold cut scriptures, like a classic scripture to go to just show our words actually do feed people. You know, they are it's actual food. And our words, it ain't really our words, it's the Bible. So it lets you know that the little book is actual food. You know, like he said, if somebody spits something cold, you're gonna be like, you know, and Jake always do that. You know, Jake, you know, they eating and they eat something and they stop, they like,
right.
You know, they kind of stop and they, you know, they kind of get a disrespectful look, like that's hitting.
Like that's good.
Yeah.
They split in that one. Yeah.
And then when somebody spits something, they like, they get the same disrespectful look and be like, that's hitting. So you know, it go hand in hand. The Most High so cold when it comes to it. It's simple unto us, but everybody else don't get it how we get it, you know?
Right. Hey, so we went through all of this because for some people, when I say certain things or bring certain scriptures out, not everyone can understand on that certain level. So we have to take a step back and tell you that you got to condescend to where men is at. You know, Paul teach you that. Hey, to them that are weak, we become weak. To them that are strong, we became strong.
Hey, I'm gonna come up with a lesson on this, but Christ said, he sent us out to become fishers of all men. You know, you can't catch a certain type of fish with a certain type of bait. You got to switch up the bait. That's what Paul basically going into. I became a Jew unto the Jews. I became a barbarian unto the barbarians, so on and so forth.
That's busting.
Same thing.
Hey, let me get in that lesson with you. That's hidden.
God.
That's it. Hey, real quick, I gotta grab this Job because I like this precept so much, and I want to go back to Revelation. Then we're gonna go back to Second Esdras. So Job chapter 34 and verse 3. Job chapter 34 and verse 3 says, and I'm bringing this out because I don't want y'all to think that I'm making these things up. It says, Job 34 and 3 says, for the ear it trieth words, as the mouth tasteth meats. What is Job saying? Just how you cut up a steak or you take a bite into some chicken, your mouth tastes it, and it kind of put it on its taste buds. You kind of sit right there for a second and you're like, okay, that's good. They cooked it good. The season is right. They cooked it for the appropriate amount of time. It's not burnt. It's not dry. It's just right. Just how your mouth tastes meats, your ear trieth words. You get me? The verse again, it says, for the ear trieth words, as the mouth tasteth meats. Right? It's saying what it's saying. So whenever we bring out the Bible like that, some people aren't going to like what we say. Some people are they just not going to be able to accept the Bible for what it is. You know, but some people, they sit there, they hear us out, they listen to the Bible, and they say, that got to be true. That's true. That's good. So what's next? What I got to do now? And those are the kind of men or women that we fishing for, right? It's time to come back home. It's time for you to be observant and come back home. Come back to who you really are, man. You're not a nigga. You're not a dyke. You're not a coon. You're not a porch monkey. You're not bisexual. You're not gay. You're not a lesbian. You're not a pedophile. You're not a gangbanger. You're not supposed to be a prostitute. Look, man, you're an Israelite. You God's chosen people. You the apple of his eye. And it's an advantage in knowing who you are. Hey, look, when you know who you are, you get to claim the rewards.
God.
Hey, imagine hitting the lottery and you lose your ticket. Imagine that. And you like, yeah, I won the lottery, and you get there, but they like, where the ticket, where the proof at? You can't cash it in. You can't get your money unless you had the ticket. Yeah. Look, same thing with you, man. You can't cash in the promises, the new covenant, all of these rewards that the Most High God promised to you, made for you, unless you can actually claim it. How do you claim it? By acknowledging who you are according to God. Hey, doing the things that he required of you. And you won't know that unless you know who you are. All of these things is it's a domino effect. And the first part is actually knowing who you are, and that's important. You know, that's some honey right there.
Hey,
go ahead, King.
That's a big portion of this thing is knowing who you are, because that's your stepping stool. Like that's what gets you in. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna get in the club and your name ain't on the list? You know what I'm saying?
That's same thing with the kingdom. How you gonna get to the kingdom? Your name ain't on the list, King.
Name ain't on here.
Talking about, hey, my government name is Shannon Hayes. Look, man, Hayes was given to me by my oppressors. How am I get into the kingdom with my oppressor's name? You know, that ain't gonna cut it.
Angel at the door, like, yeah, nah, no Americans, king.
Like, no. Hayes. We don't got none of those. You know, you're gonna have to wait right here. I try to sneak in or jump the kingdom gate, try and jump the fence, get kicked out again, you know, come out bruised up. Hey, let me grab this real quick. This is a faithful precept. If you don't know the scripture by heart, it's time for you to do that. Jeremiah 17:4. We're going to skip going back to Revelation. We're going to go straight back to Second Esdras. So Jeremiah 17:4 says, and thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage. Now let's break this down, man. So first things first, you have to understand that Jeremiah was an Israelite. And he's prophesying about the Israelites going into captivity because they don't know how to obey the law, statutes, and commandments. Now he said, look, you gonna be discontinued from your heritage, meaning cut off from the customs and the heritage, from everything. You're gonna be cut off. You're gonna be severed. You're gonna be separated from the heritage of your forefathers. Watch what he's saying. And thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage that I gave you. And not just any heritage, it's the heritage that the Most High God gave us. The next part of the verse says, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. Jeremiah is prophesying about the Israelites losing their heritage and going into captivity by their enemies. It says, for ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. The point that I'm trying to get across to you is that we lost our customs. We lost our heritage. We lost who we was. We lost our way. It's a powerful quote that I heard in the world. I can't word it perfectly, but it was basically like, if you don't know your past, or if you don't know the past, you ain't gonna know the future. If you don't know the past, you're not gonna know the future. Why? Because history repeats itself. The past repeats itself. Now, Jeremiah, he was prophesying about the Israelites losing their heritage and going into captivity by the Babylonians. Now, he prophesied this, and this already happened. And now give me Job 11:6, King. Because a lot of people might be like, well, that already happened. Now you got to understand that history repeats itself. King Solomon said, there's no new thing under the sun. He requires the past to happen again, right? That's Ecclesiastes 3:15, I believe. Hey, read that though, King.
This is Job 11:6.
Mm-hmm.
I will show thee the secrets of wisdom.
He said, I'm going to show you the secrets of wisdom. Come on.
That they are double to that which is.
He said the secrets of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, they're double to that which is. Meaning scriptures have more than one meaning when you get the right understanding. They twofold. Hey, this is why it's important to understand wordplay. When the rapper says, I'm cold as ice, sometimes when he makes a cold bar or he says a metaphor or a simile, it has more than 1 minute. Sometimes it's twofold and it has two meanings. And then you have to replay the song and be like, did he really just say that? That's crazy. That's cold. All right, run that back. This is going to be my favorite song. That's a bar. Now, the Bible is written like that. And similes, metaphors, similitudes, parables, dark sayings. This is a song. This is a beautiful song. And you have to get the understanding so you can actually rock out to this song. You have to kind of be in tuned. And you kind of got to be in the spirit so you can actually understand what this song is really about. It's not about hugs and kisses. It's not about being in la la land and God is all love and God is all peace. Amen. No, God said he's a man of war. Who is he making war against? Whose side is God on? Who is his people? Who is he against? How do you actually show love? It's not all about hugs and kisses. Everybody think that just because Jesus hit the scene, that everyone's saved and everyone, you can make it. All you got to do is say you believe. No, that's not the song. That's not the real message of the song. Hey, who was the Lord really coming for? Was he coming for everybody? Look, man, it's time for you to re-examine the song. You got anything, King?
No, we good.
All right, Khan, let's get back to Second Ezra, man.
Where we at? Second Ezra what?
Verse 3.
What chapter? I left it.
Oh, Salakia. Second Ezra chapter 9, and we can start at verse 2.
All right. The second Ezra 9 and 2, it says, "Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made."
Right?
It says, "Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world."
And he said, when you start seeing earthquakes, now you have to bring this into your mind. Have you ever felt the earthquake? How long has earthquakes actually been happening? It's getting to a point where earthquakes, it isn't strange no more. It's a normal thing. It's getting to a point where you can sleep through a earthquake. Like, did you feel that last night? It was an earthquake. Like, nah. And you don't even get excited about it. It's just normal now. It's just a normal thing. He said, once you start seeing these things, you know that the time is getting closer. It's getting closer and closer and closer. And you know what Jake's problem is, bro? This is what's wrong with our people. We at that time, we at a time on earth where everything happens in an instant. I go on my phone and I'll go on YouTube and the videos start buffering. I'm getting upset. Because why ain't it loading?
Man.
I need it to happen now. And the food that I bought last night, I got to warm it up. I'm not putting it in the oven or, going to make me a fire outside. I'm throwing it in the microwave. I need it instantly. Put that bad boy on 30, 45 seconds. I need it now. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jake expects changes and prophecies. He just expects it instantly. Well, God don't always work like that. You got to have patience. He said that it's going to be men who turn their back on the Bible because they lose patience. That's Sirach chapter 2. There's plenty of scriptures we could go to. King finna grab me one. I can see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the Sirach 2 and then I'm gonna go to the one I got with it.
Okay, Khan.
This is Sirach chapter 2 and verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Woe unto you that have lost patience, and what will ye do when the Lord shall visit you?" So,
Hey, yeah, you got it, King.
Scriptures say, "Woe unto you that lost patience, and what will you do when the Lord shall visit you?" Why did he ask, what are you going to do when the Lord visits you? It's because you lost patience. It's because you went back into the world doing stuff that you're not supposed to do. Why? Man, the Bible, man, he said he was coming, but he ain't coming. I can start all that stuff up, like, here in a couple weeks or so, man, because I'm just busy. I'm doing stuff right now, And when it says, what will you do when the Lord shall visit you? It's not always talking about the day of judgment. What are you going to do when somebody got a pistol to your head? That could be the Lord visiting you right there. That's judgment. You ain't finna make it, nigga. Where was you at? You didn't pray. You ain't been fasting. Where you been? It's always about the Most High can pop up at any given time. But it's even worse when it do come that day of judgment. And now you're sitting there asking for the Most High for forgiveness. You ain't got your fringes on. You ain't you forgot how to say the words in Hebrew. You don't know where your Akim at. Your Akim went ducked off somewhere. They already had a plan. Now you're trying to find them. They ain't nowhere in sight. You by yourself. We already went over it. It's better to have more than just one. The scriptures say gather together, not for the better, but for the worse.
Uh,
Gather for the worse. But you lost patience. You didn't gather together. You went back into the world, start messing with Edomites and all types of heathen. You know, you went back into the world for some girls. Or you wanted to play the game. Or you was just chasing a bag, you know. I'm going to just chase this bag. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this money. Well, brother, what are you going to do when all your, I ain't even going to say million, because Jake ain't just out here making a million. What you going to do when your measly 50,000 is amount to nothing? You know? What if it just turns into nothing? The value of the dollar dropped to nothing.
mm,
Then what? Jake gonna be spooked. You lost patience. You already knew what the prophecy said, but you didn't actually believe it. You know what it say, but you didn't believe it. You didn't take hold of it. You didn't think it was gonna come to pass. You knew it. You was like, man, it say that, but we've been here for how long? You start listening to Esau. We've been here for billions of years, man. And I'm gonna just keep doing me.
right.
You know, that's just how Jake get down. But this is Matthew 24 in verse 48. It says, but, and if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming. That's the brother that lost patience. He said, my Lord delayeth his coming. Man, I see all these prophecies kicking off, but he ain't here. Where yet? He ain't here yet. You know, I heard dudes say he was going to pop up around this time, and this prophecy would came to pass, and this seal was already done, and I don't see him yet. Everything like it's going back to normal. You know, everything like it's going back to normal. I'm cool. Verse 49, and it shall begin to smite his fellow servants and to eat and drink with the drunken. What does that mean to smite your fellow servants? Now you eating and drinking with the drunken, and you talking down on your brothers that you used to go to camp with, talking down on the brothers that would give their life up for you. Like, yeah, man, them Hebrew Israelites, bro, they crazy, man. I don't even know what they talking about. They said it was gonna happen after this prophecy, but it never happened. I knew they was lying. It was something down in me that knew it wasn't right. I knew it wasn't true. This couldn't have been. Yeah. That's why nobody getting down with it. I knew this was gonna happen. You know, that's you smiting your fellow servants and eating and drinking with the drunken. Now you drunk. Now you out here looking like the rest of these foolish people that's out here. The rest of these people that hate their own brothers and sisters. The rest of these people that love the slave master. The rest of these people that would put some materials before their brothers. They'd put a game system before their brother. Brothers would kill you over a pair of sneakers, over a pair of Jordans. But verse 50 says, the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of him. The Most High and your house is going to pop up on you when you not even paying attention. When you like, man, it ain't even finna happen. You know deep down, you like, man, these prophecies is unfolding. But your flesh is like, man, that's nothing. I don't even know what I'm tripping for. That's nothing. I ain't finna go back into that. I ain't finna go back to that Hebrew stuff. I'm cool. You know, I do see all these prophecies unrolling though. You know, you got a bead of sweat going down his face. I see prophecies coming to pass, but man, nah, man, I'm cool, man. I done already broke the Sabbath a couple times. I ain't even about it.
Hey,
You know,
hey, he gonna say, I got time.
yeah, I got time. I can. You know, Jake be stuttering. I can come back. You know, about 2 weeks from now. You know, last time it didn't work. You know, Jake started talking like that. But it says your house is gonna pull up when you least expect it. You've been chasing your bag. Now your bag is amount to nothing. You got all this money sitting around and it's good for nothing now. You done worked all your life and all your hard-earned time for nothing. You could have been getting this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You could have been building your treasures up in the place where your heart should be at. But instead, your heart on this carnal stuff, in this carnal money, in this earth, in this flesh, when that's not where it's at. You know? What's that one song? It's you can get with this or you can get with that. I'm this because this is where it's at.
Right.
It's the truth. You know, we've been trying to chase a bag. We've been doing this for decades. decades. Yeah, I'm finna get this bag. We done sold drugs to our own people. We done sold guns to our own people. We done did all this stuff to our own people, but damn, when is the bag chasing gonna like, be enough? Like, damn, all right, I got enough money. Now I can start my own thing. I can, build up my family. I can build up this, that, and the third. It ain't happened. At least not where I'm. I ain't seen it happen. I ain't got no inheritance bread. All the brothers I know ain't got no inheritance money. But everybody want to be so focused on this carnal stuff and on this treasure that's down here, on this earthly treasure. That's where their head is at. And then they start saying that the Most High not coming no more. Then they start lacking patience. Why? Because everything is too easy nowadays, like the brother was going into. I'm gonna just get on my phone and I'm gonna order some food and it's gonna be here in like 15 minutes. Yeah, we ain't gotta wait that long. You door dashing food, it's there quickly. What happens if there is no more DoorDash? What happens if there's no more Walmart? Or, we kind of see it happening now. What if there's no more gas? It's a lot of unhealthy brothers out here that ain't really fit. What are you going? You can't chase a deer. You not where your food gonna come from?
Oh man.
So don't be that person that lack patience, because this world teaches against patience. What's that one insurance commercial? It's your money and you need it now.
Right.
You got people yelling at the money. It's my money and I need it now.
Right.
Everybody, that's what social media is built upon. You anxious for that next like. You anxious for this next so-and-so. You want the most followers. You want this to happen so quick. You want such and such to respond to you so quick.
Mm-hmm.
Where your patience at? You ask for a prayer and it don't happen quick. Now you think the Most High not real no more.
Right.
Like, damn, I asked for the Most High for this, but he didn't come through. What's going on?
Right.
He gonna pull up on you. You gonna get what you want. You gonna get what you want. You gonna get what you asked for. You know? But Khan, you got it, King. Slack you.
Nah, you good. Let's get in the spirit. That's what I like to see. Hey, I'm gonna grab this though. This is Matthew, the book of Matthew, chapter 6. And everybody should understand this, but we got to go through it anyway. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 19. It says, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where the thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." And so this is in red writing. Our Savior actually said this. He said, your treasures, it shouldn't be so carnal. It shouldn't be so worldly. It shouldn't be on materialistic things, Why? Because those things can easily be stripped from you. They get old. They very corruptible. Somebody can steal that. Hey, over time, them things are going to decay. You see where I'm going? But you really need to focus on the spiritual things. Hey, on wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Can't nobody take that from you. Can't nobody steal wisdom from you. Them things is incorruptible. That's where hey, look, we got to spit game real quick. Check this out. So nowadays, a man is deemed a strong or a special or what's the word? A more valuable man based on the more materialistic things that he actually have in his possession.
That's a real man.
That's a real man right there.
That's a real man.
Because he got Gucci belts and Gucci flip-flops and Yeezys.
I forgot about designer clothes, bro. That stuff is so gay.
Bruh. Hey, man, we got so much sauce. Like, we got so much salt. Let me say that. We got so much salt. We can take the things that's not designer and make them look like designer. We can go buy the little cheap stuff and, now everybody want to rock it. We that cold. We that special. We got that much flavor. We got that much salt. We the salt of the earth. We don't need design. We don't need Gucci belts. You know, but hey, it says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Look, Officer Aharon, he knows when the Bible speaks on your heart, 9 times out of 10, it's not talking about the actual vessel in your chest that pumps blood. Right? I love this analogy right here. Everybody pay attention. When the girls say, oh my gosh, you broke my heart, did you actually go over there and break her heart? Did you get a hammer, freeze the heart, and shatter it? No, that's not what she's meaning. Emotionally, she's torn. Mentally, her mind is distorted. Hey, you had her thinking it was one thing when it was really another. You didn't break her heart. You confused her. Her mind is shook. So it says, for where your treasure is, there will your mind be also. So whatever you place value in, like if you place a lot of value in money, money, like Mr. Krabs off SpongeBob, money. Mr. Krab, his mind is always on money, always on money. If you place too much value in shoes, your mind is always going to be on shoes. You know, if you place too much value in anything in the world itself, in America, you know, and friends and gambling and drugs, your mind is always going to be there. That's a fact. But you got to make sure you're placing value on wisdom, you know, on salvation. And that's where your mind going to be at. Every time I watch a movie or a show, and, you know, I always got my spiritual goggles on because that's where my mind is. And you see the propaganda, the schemes, the things that our oppressors kind of set up for us to, you know, kind of backslide or fall off by. We can see those things because our mind is always focused on a spiritual things and not carnal things, you know. Now, I'm not telling you to be a robot and you can't smile, you can't have fun. You can do those things. Just make sure at the end of the day that you know what the bigger picture is really about. You can't lose thought of that. It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? Now, everybody should understand that our Savior, Yahushua, you know, everybody knows him as Jesus Christ, but we know him as Yahushua. He always talks in parables and dark sayings. He said, if your eye, what he's really talking about when he says eye is your mind, right? That's why verse 21 says your heart. And we already established that he's talking about your mind. He said, but if your eye be evil, I mean, if your mind be evil, it says thy whole body shall be full of darkness. And we know everything starts with a thought. Everything. So if your thoughts is always evil, or evil, greed, lust, anything like that, you just off. It's just bad things. It's gonna cause your body to go off. Go ahead.
Like you said, everything starts with your thoughts, and then your thoughts work down to what? Your body. Then you actually commit the things that you're thinking about. You sitting there thinking about it and meditating so much, your right hand will go and commit those things. You know, that's why in the book of Maccabees, Nicanor, what do? We cut his head off, and then we cut his right arm off. Why? Because his imaginations and his evil thoughts, and then what he did, how he worked on it, how he wrought it to come to pass. You know, but if you thinking about good things and heavenly things and the commandments, what are you gonna do? You're gonna bring it to pass. You're gonna bring heavenly things to pass. You're gonna bring good things to pass. That's it, King.
Con. Hey, I like this precept right here. Officer Tahwam, he said, Proverbs 1:6. To understand a proverb is a wise sentence, and the interpretation, meaning the meaning behind the wise sentence, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. Now, a dark saying is something that's basically in code.
Con.
And you have to have enough understanding and wisdom and knowledge to actually break down that code.
Hey, dark sayings. The reason why it's dark saying because it's cutting, it's covered and it's hidden, and then you have to shed light on it. Now it's not really a dark saying no more. You know, it's dark, so nobody can really see what it's actually saying. But you know, if a brother shed light on it, it's not really a dark saying no more.
Hey, I like how you broke that down. That was smooth. I like that one, King. All right, let's spit let's go back to second Ezra's, man. I'm ready to get the Luke. Man, I really feel like going on a marathon for like 5 hours and we actually jump in some prophecy tonight.
Bro, I wasn't tripping. Like I was actually having that same thought. Like, I don't care how long we on, like, you know.
It's the Sabbath, man. It's time to get it in.
I'm here.
Now, hey, we might have to spit that Sirach that we spit the other night and kind of dabble in it or something. Hey, we could go to Daniel or something. We can do it. I don't care. Let's play it by ear. Let's go off the spirit. Can't spit that though. Hey, matter of fact, since we're gonna go off the spirit and really just do it that way, let's jump to Luke 21.
God, bet. Get into it.
I think we finna get loose tonight, King.
I think we finna get Spirit here. So like, yeah.
Hey, Feed the Spirit dropped something cold too. I remember he came out to camp in OKC. You remember him?
Kind of remember. I think about that brother almost every day.
Shalom. Proverbs 23:7 says, "For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he." Hey, I ain't never seen that one.
Yeah.
Well, I seen it. I ain't put it in my bag. I ain't got it. I'm glad you dropped that one.
Yeah.
He says, hey, just how a man, what he thinks in his mind, that's who he really is. A lot of times, hey, I say this faithfully. Hey, first you form your habits. As a man, as a woman, you get to an age where you can actually start thinking for yourself a little bit, and you create your own habits and what you think is right. Now, as a man who actually strives to be a noble and righteous according to the Bible, I try and circulate my thought process and my habits off of the Bible. And that actually does something to who I am. Because first you form your habits, and then your habits form you. That kind of bust. First you form your habits, and then your habits, they start to form you. So make sure every day you're doing, I kind of want to do a quick video, just like get in the spirit one day and kind of just do like a 5-minute video. And this is kind of what I've been doing. A lot of things I try and do first and actually solidify it in my life, and then actually talk about it. Because a lot of people say they're going to do stuff and don't do it. But this is the thought, since I'm right here. The thought is, every single day, I want to do 3 things that benefits my future. And the 3 things that I got so far is getting closer with God, of course, whether it's praying, studying, fasting, anything on that level, keeping the law, statute, commandments, of course, that's going to benefit me in the long run. I'm investing. You got long-term investors and short-term investors. I want to be a long-term investor. I want to invest for the future. So the first thing is getting closer with God. That's one of the things I feel like it'll benefit me. The second thing is, of course, solidifying a strong, solid foundation for my household on all facets. And the next one is exercising my body and eating healthy. I feel like those 3 things is going to benefit me most in the future. And I want to start utilizing those things, That's just something I was thinking about, though. I've been thinking, like, Just make sure you do something that's going to benefit you in the future. That's what I'm saying. I like verse 8 too. I'm gonna have to get up in there. You got something, King, before we kick off this loop?
No.
Come on, man. Let's get in the spirit, man. Let's get in the spirit. Kick it off with verse 29, Baba Kasha.
This is Luke chapter 21 and verse 29. Luke 21 and 29. And he spake to them a parable. Behold, the fig tree and all the trees. When they now shoot forth, ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand.
What is our Savior trying to say? Like I said, he always speaks in parables. Without a parable, he don't speak to us. He don't speak to them, I should say. Now, verse 29 again, Baba Kasha.
And he spake unto them a parable. Behold, the fig tree and all the trees.
Come on.
When they now shoot forth, and ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand.
Now, he's giving you an example that everybody can relate to. You know, as winter is coming to an end, you're starting to see the trees come and blossom again. You're seeing the weather kind of changing a little bit. It's a different kind of breeze. Hey, the days is getting longer a little bit. First, the sun was going down at 5:30, 5 o'clock, but now it's 6 o'clock. Now it's 6:30. When you see the trees starting to bring forth this fruit, it's starting to bud again, you have that process coming again. When you see those things starting to happen, you're like, okay, well, I know spring is coming. Well, I know summer is at hand because I can tell by the signs. I can tell by the signs of the seasons. He said, when they now shoot forth, ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand. And you don't have to second guess. You know for sure summer is getting close. I can tell, look at the signs. And you can believe that 100%. You don't have to second guess. You got anything you want to add?
No. We keep going right now. We keep going.
Okay, let's keep going.
Verse 31, it says, so likewise, ye, when ye see these signs come to pass, know ye that the kingdom of God is nigh at hand.
So he's finna spit game. Hey, our Lord was always spitting game. He said, hey, just how when you see the trees budding again, you know summer is close. He's going to tell you the same exact thing. When you see these signs that I'm telling you about coming to pass, you know that the kingdom of heaven is close. It's getting closer and closer and closer. And the only way you're going to know that is if you study it and you're showing yourself approved. And it tell you in Revelation 1 and 3, blessed is he that readeth. Make sure you studying. You know, make sure you eating. SOJ is always some food. I know we kind of don't go live so much, but just about every single night of the week, we have a conference call around 9 o'clock and we get that daily bread in. Just about every single night, faithfully. Make sure you studying. And he said, till I come, make sure you give attendance to reading, exhortation, to the doctrine in its totality. He told you that. I want to say like 1 Timothy 4 and 13. It's a little shaky, but it felt right. All right, let's keep reading.
All right, I got a precept.
Come.
This is Matthew 16. I'm going to start at verse 1. It says, the Pharisees also with the Sadducees came and tempting, desired him that he would show them a sign from heaven. He answered and said unto them, when it is evening, ye say, it will be fair weather, for the sky is red. And in the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. It says, O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times? So right now, Christ is getting on the heads of the Pharisees and Sadducees, basically, because Christ prophesied of 70 AD, you know, and he like, you can't tell what's going on. You don't know what's happening in Daniel. You can tell this by the sky is going down and coming up. You know, you can tell this by how the trees shoot forth, but you can't tell like by the signs that's in the book already. Like we didn't already showed you, we didn't already, you know. I made sure that they put that in there. You know,
Right.
Christ volume of the book. I made sure that it's in there. He calling you hypocrites, and that's the same with us today. You know, you'll talk to a Christian. Oh no, it's not coming nowhere near soon. They'll say they in the end times just because the Bible say it, but they don't truly believe it. You know, you being a hypocrite. You can tell by this and that, and you can tell by this, that, and the third, but you can't tell that the end is nigh. You don't see what's going on in the world, huh? You don't see that it's like the days of Noah. You know, you don't see that coming to pass. You don't. It's great wickedness among the earth. You think the Most High just gonna let this keep going on and and on, and everybody's gay and everybody's robbing each other, everybody's killing everybody. You know, there's so much wickedness in the earth. It's damn near getting born. It's like, bruh, when is somebody gonna do something righteous?
Right.
News ain't even news no more. You know, it's like
Really though.
somebody else died, this, that, and the third. Oh, they finally going to war. Crazy. You know,
Right.
that's it.
God. He said news ain't even news no more. For real though. It don't even catch me off guard like that no more.
Nah. You know, back in the day, news was, oh, like, damn,
Really?
that's crazy. I didn't know that was happening. Like, for real. That is new. News is, if you take the S off of news, you get new. It's something new happening.
Right.
It ain't nothing new happening. You know,
Right.
stuff going on every day.
I ain't never heard that one. I like that one. That's going in the bag of Rooney.
He says,
um let's keep going on that, Luke.
Con, this is Luke chapter 21 and verse 32. It says, verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. And take heed to yourselves, lest any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares.
Hey, he said, make sure you're taking heed of yourself. Make sure you're examining yourself. Make sure you're aware of yourself, your surroundings. Hey, really, man, you want to be aware of what's going on globally, to the best of your ability. It says, and take heed to yourself, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting. He said, take heed of yourself, be careful, beware, or your mind is gonna be overcharged with surfeiting. And if you look up the word surfeiting, it means to do things in excess, in abundance, having too much of something. And you're gonna have too much of the world in your spirit. That's why you got to make sure you take heed of yourself. And every day you kind of got to ask yourself, am I doing enough? Am I studying enough? Where my faith at? Am I exercising that? Have I been keeping the commandments? Am I really focused? What am I doing? That's how you take heed of yourself. You got to add.
Do you know, is there any way you can flip my camera or something? Like you can flip me? Because I got charger connected right now. All right, well, I'm gonna just rock the camera off right now since I got my charger plugged up. I can't stand it up.
Okay.
I do want to add a little bit. You want to make sure that you're not getting taken away with this world, because we know that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to get too caught up in all this stuff. You don't want to get caught up in everything. And I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect right now. We're striving to be perfect, but even myself, I get caught up in certain technology. I like technology. I like iPads. I like, iPhones, this, that, and the third. And I gotta, sometimes catch myself like, damn, I'm liking this a little too much. This is, and it's all for a reason. They want you to like it a little too much. There's certain spirits on these devices, certain spirits on everything. When you really figure out what's going on and you're really in the Bible, you figure out that there's a spirit on almost everything. You know, you can get caught up with makeup. I know a lot of girls get caught up with makeup. I call it face paint. You know, a lot of them get caught up with makeup, and it's a spirit behind that. She dealing with makeup instead of trying to get in the Bible. She dealing with makeup instead of trying to make her relationship right. You know,
Hey,
go
hey,
ahead.
she's dealing with makeup to make the outward appearance beautiful, but she ignored what really matters.
Kind. That's a perfect point.
Yeah, she ignored. Hey, he told you in the book of Peter, I want to say Second Peter chapter 3. Let me grab it real quick because it's worth it. It's worth it. Hey, and this is you measuring the time diligently in itself, and you see kind of what people are about. Now watch this in Second Peter, and he was spitting. It's like yeah. Let's see. First Peter, Salakia. First Peter chapter 3, and I'm gonna get to the point in verse 4. Verse 3. First Peter 3 and 3, it says, who's adorning. So the beginning of this chapter is speaking to the women, to the wives, it's speaking to the women. Hey man, you gotta really get into this. If you're a woman, read First Peter chapter 3, he's spitting. If you can't understand it and you don't have no one to teach you, it's a lesson we did over this, I believe, on the channel. Hey, if you got a husband, have him break bread with you. Hey, if you don't have those things, hey man, read it in a few translations. Just meditate it. Take your time with it. It says, verse 3, who's adorning, let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair and of wearing, it's like it, and of wearing gold, or of putting on of apparel, but let it be the hidden man of the heart, and that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit, which is in the sight of God of great price. So Peter, through the spirit, he was spitting. He said, look, your adorning is you kind of decking yourself out. Me as a man, when I adorn myself, I put oil on my face. I might throw a chain on, and I might throw my grill on. I throw on some nice pants, a nice shirt with fringes on it. I'm adorning myself. I'm getting myself ready. A woman, she adorns herself. She braids her hair. She throw on the little bracelets, the nose jewel. She's spraying the perfume. She is adorning herself. Now you can't get caught up in that, sis. You can't get caught up in that. You got to make sure you're adorning yourself with that spiritual meekness, with sobriety, gentleness, you know what I'm saying? Humility, a caring, a passion, a fear of the Most High God, obedience to your husband. That's put aside the makeup for a second and start focusing on the Most High God and what he needs from you. Focus on your husband and what he needs from you. Hey, your kids. You can't put your kids aside because you want to live your life. You gotta adorn yourself with those things, and you can't get caught up in a Kylie Jenner makeup set. Go ahead.
Con, this is Jeremiah 4 and 30. It says, and when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do? Though thou clothest thyself with crimson, though thou deckest thee with ornaments of gold, though thou rentest thy face with painting, in vain shalt thou make thyself fair. It says, in vain shalt thou make thyself fair. You're doing all of this in vanity. I'm going to finish it off, though. It says, thy lovers will despise thee. They will seek thy life. And that's what that's going into with the women. You painting your face, you decking yourself out. You got the prettiest dress on. But inwardly, you terrible. You broken down. You ugly. And that's the harsh truth. You really ugly on the inside. And that's what a lot of women. I don't even nowadays, when I see a cute girl, I'll be like, yeah, but I don't even want to fool with her. She not really. I can already tell by her spirit, like, nah, I'm cool. She didn't probably already been with a couple brothers. She already been with a couple brothers this way, that way.
Couple. We're gonna say a slow.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm not. I'm all right. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, she kind of at that point where she's not moldable for her man. She's
Yeah.
not urgent. She's not teachable. She already got it figured out. She knows it all. You
Yeah.
know.
And next thing you know, like, brothers in the truth, we're not looking for somebody that's just beautiful on the outside. The scriptures say, "Stumble not at the beauty of a woman." I don't want to get a woman and she don't know what time it is. You know, and I'm sitting there asking her what time it is, and she like, 12 o'clock. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. Nigga, do you know anything about Jacob's trouble? You got faith with you? Do you know any scriptures? Do you know what's gonna come to pass? Do you know what's finna happen? What are you gonna do if I'm not here? What where your head at? I ask her what time it is, and she give me an actual time. She ain't spiritual. She don't know what's going on.
She don't know what's going on.
She don't know what's going on. Somebody can break in.
Right.
Go ahead.
Hey, talking about I'm woke.
Yeah, and that's all, Jake. I'm woke. I'm up. They don't even get it. Jake's so spiritual that they actually are asleep, but they not woke. They be saying I'm woke. That's how spiritual Jake is. Yeah, man, I'm woke. I already know what's going on with that. They'll tell you they woke. They'll tell you they know what's going on with the Hebrew Israelites. They'll claim they're Hebrew Israelite, but won't follow the movement. Won't get down with the commandments. Yeah, I already know about all that. I'm woke on it. I'm on game, but that just ain't for me. What? Jay, what? What are you talking about? You not woke. You still sleep. Nigga, you that was backwards.
Right.
That was a false equivalency. I don't get it.
Hey, Jake be hustling backwards.
Jake, literally though, that's what the scriptures say. God said Most High said, we've been harlots and we paid them. You know how you go, if you get a harlot, you'll pay for it. I'm a quote unquote say have a good time. We're the harlot that pays you. Like, hey, yeah, man, here go this 20. All right, then just come by whenever you need some more.
Look, if you're gonna be a prostitute, you sell your body for a reward, and you sleep with the man, and then you get the bread, and you go on about your day. You sleep with the man, and you get the money. Our people, we sleep with the man, and then we pay him. We're a contrary harlot. It talks about that in Ezekiel, man. I actually want to grab that, man, because when we read this, we was like, wait, what? What do you mean? I gotta look it up. I know it's like, I gotta be like 26 or 29 in Ezekiel chapter. Let me see. Contrary harlot. Maybe I can't spell.
He said maybe I can't spell.
Man, I really wanted to get this too for Jake.
Yeah, I know.
So Jake,
that's why I just like
quote
paraphrase a lot of stuff.
Yeah, man. Dang it.
Everything I say is a paraphrase. Jake got to be up on game for me.
Hey, what you say every time? The scriptures say.
Yeah, the scriptures say. You got to be on time with me. I'm not finna go to it. I ain't got time. Look, man, if you read it, you know.
Right. You ain't read it? You ain't read?
I'm following our forefathers. They didn't say Isaiah such and such. They say as it is written. You know what I'm saying? I'm just following the steps of my forefathers, man.
You fool. Yeah. All right, man. We're gonna keep moving. I ain't gonna spend too much time on it, but it's in there.
It's in there. Trust me.
Hey, if y'all know it, drop it in the chat or something. It's crazy. He called us a contrary harlot, something like that, man. All right, man. I was holding something. It was good. The point got through. You pulled out. What was it? Jeremiah 4:30. Oh yeah, I was holding Isaiah 32 for the women because a lot of women feel like it's all peaches, everything okay, like they ain't got to do nothing. This is a big problem that I see in the world is that women want a strong man. The strongest man out there, top tier. Hold on, top tier. That's what women want. Nah, that ain't nigga, son. Well, it might be in that chapter though. That looked right. I know I got a 6. Anyways, women they want a top tier man, like a strong man. They want them to have an 8-pack. They want them to have a Ferrari and a diesel truck, a 2-story house with 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Um, what else? What else she want?
Bro, I heard a song. It's a song out right now that say, um, you gotta have like $1 million and you gotta take care of me and you gotta get me an island and she actually saying all this like for you to be with me, it costs this much type deal.
You're a prostitute, basically.
Bro, basically, for you to be with me, I cost this much. It's not that I love you. You gotta have this on you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
It ain't no more loyalty nowadays.
it ain't no more faithfulness.
Nah.
Hey man, I don't think people understand marriage. People I'm so quick to break up. Like it don't mean that the marriage don't mean nothing no more. And part of the reason is the men. We're not gonna just point the finger at the women. But hey, women, y'all have the problem too. For real though, man. Hey, so this is the verse, Isaiah 32 and verse 9. I'm gonna start at 11 and get to the point. It says, "Tremble, ye women that are at ease, be troubled. Ye careless ones, strip you and make you bare, and gird sackcloth upon your loins." And the point that I wanted to go to the scripture, the Most High God said, the women that's at ease, He's gonna put sackcloth on them. He's gonna make them scared. He's gonna make them tremble. When you go to Isaiah chapter 3, it tells you, I'm gonna just go there. We gotta do it. This is Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 16. It says, "Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet." Man, when you read this, it's crazy what he said he was going to do to the women. Now, the point that's being made in verse 16 that I just read, the women walking forth with pride. As a woman, you shouldn't have pride. Hey, as a man, you shouldn't be prideful. So how much more for a woman? You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be meek and humble, gentle, loving, caring, submissive, obedient.
Shamefaced.
Shamefaced. Ooh, that's the good one, man. Not shameless. Shamefaced. You're supposed to have a certain standard that you live by. Morals, virtues, home training, if you will. Women now, they walk forth with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, making a twinkling with their feet and mincing as they go. The point is, the Most High God said, the women that are at ease, meaning the women who think that they untouchable, the women who think that they don't have nothing to work on, the women who think that everything's good, I can just be who I want to be. I can be a hoe. I can be a harlot. I can be disobedient. Who is God? A husband. I don't need a man for nothing. I'm a real ass. Right? Y'all finish the sentence. Right? That's the pride. That's the state of mind that our women have. He said he's going to bring them low. He's going to bring them so low. Hey man, was it you or Captain DeBar? He was talking about how when a woman cheats. Was that you?
I don't know. What is it?
Like when a woman cheats.
Oh,
it might have been Abba. It might have been.
Yeah. No, I think I spoke to you about it a little bit. When a woman cheat, how she go about it versus how a man cheat.
Yeah, spit that.
Basically, how a woman cheat is, she'll make sure that she'll get a man that's out of state. She'll go out of town. She'll say she's on a business meeting. Every man she'll cheat with, he won't be in town at all. You know, he'll be ducked off. He no name, no face. She don't even got him on her phone. She at the work phone, or she on her email at the work or something. You know, she's ghost basically. But when a man cheat, so-called cheat, quote unquote, because we know we in the truth now, quote unquote cheat. Jay could do it with the next door neighbor, like, you know, well, you know, I really didn't mean for it to go that far. I was just over there. We got drunk, and yeah, you know, Jay could
Hey,
still be texting her. Go ahead.
hey, and Jake could be like, I wasn't even trying to hurt you, and then I promise it ain't nothing like that.
And he like that.
When women cheat, they trying to hurt you.
Yeah.
Hey, a man, he gonna do it. That's in his spirit. The Most High God made a man to where he can actually love multiple women. Now, a woman can't. She cannot love two men at the same time. She can't. Hey, my father, he was telling me how, like, the science behind it, man. I wish I could pull him up real quick because he cold with breaking this down. So I'm not even going to do it justice. Hey, but the extent that a man will go and supposedly sleep with another woman and cheat, how a woman does it is 10 times crazier. You know, she's way more subtle and sneaky, crafty. She'll do it with a malicious intent. Hey, she'll do it just because you made a mistake, or
Yep.
just because you don't do this how she wants you to do it. Okay, I got something for that nigga. That's the kind of spirit she moving in. You know, it's kind of the point that I'm trying to make is that the pride that women have right here in America, the things that she's eating and being fed with by this system, by America, you know, she gets all the benefits, the food stamps, the WIC, the Section 8 housing. She gets honors and grants. She gets everything here in America. And if a woman wants those certain things, she cannot have a husband. She only gets those benefits when there's not a man in the house. That should tell you something. They want you, and you know, they want you to be a single parent mother. They want you to have that I can do it on my own. I don't need a nigga for nothing spirit. And you know, every day that woman deep down, she don't really want to be like that. She really want a husband. You know, she really do want that.
It's that
But
pride, though.
yeah, but her pride ain't gonna let her do away with food stamps. Her pride, in her pride, she's not gonna hearken and listen to her husband. In her pride, she's gonna want to be the man of the household. You know, and everything. Hey, but the Most High God said he was gonna bring the woman down. Hey, this is Isaiah 3:17. It says, therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. Now, this is actually a prophecy. He said, the women so prideful, I'm gonna curse them. One of the curses that he said he was gonna do, he said he was gonna smite their head. You know, our women, they really got beautiful hair. It's not straight and stringy. No, it's curly, it's beautiful, it's luscious, it's alive, it's beautiful. But the women so prideful, he had to kind of humble them down. He had to make them bald-headed. He said he was also going to discover their secret parts. It says, and that day the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and with their calls, their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers. He said he was going to take away all of their pride and their bravery. You know, women want to prove themselves to be so strong, or that they can. Hey, what's that commercial? Just dinged on me, King. My brain I got so many things I want to say. It's I can do anything you can do, something like that. Basically, they got that spirit where anything that a man can do, a woman feel like she can do it. She can do it 10 times better.
Oh yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That thing.
Yeah, that's literally what it's going into. You know, it says the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings, the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel. You know, women love the nose rings, the bracelets, the little ornaments. You know, they deck themselves out. Hey, they have this on in the morning, this on in the evening, and you know they got the changeable suit. Hey, Jake, he throw on one fit and he cool for the whole day. A woman, she kind of changed 3-4 times. You know, she got all of these different changeable suits of apparel. It says the mantles, the wimples, the crispin pins, the glasses, the fine linen, the hoods and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of a sweet smell, there shall be a stink. The Most High God said he was going to change all of these things. He was going to take all of these things away from the woman because these things make her prideful. He said women used to smell so sweet, but he's going to change that into a stink. Into a stench where it's like, damn, girl, what's going on?
What's going on?
Hey, the women
don't know what the hell going on.
What is this? You know, it says instead of a girdle, a rent, and instead of a well-set hair, baldness. Hey, the beautiful hair, he had to take that away from her. It says, and instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty men in the war. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground. It says when he takes all of these things away from her and make her desolate, meaning bring her down to nothing, take all of these things from her one by one, little by little, she's going to sit on the ground. Meaning she was on a pedestal, you know, she a queen, but she's going to be brought down to nothing. You know, he has to strip people of that pride. And we're going to see this in the very, very, very near future, because you see some of these things is already happening. The sweet smell turned into a stench, that already happened. You know, the well-set hair turned into baldness, that's happening. You know, the Most High God is gonna destroy a lot of these women because they're at ease. They think they're untouchable, man. You got something, King?
Nah.
All right, let's go back to Luke. Hey, Zion pulled a mighty precept in Genesis 3:16. It says, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be towards thy husband. And thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Now, if you didn't know, back then, when they bring forth children, it wasn't always with great pain. A woman was able to pop out kids left and right. Hey,
ending up doing it.
Hey, you ever see like a horse give birth, and she kind of just spit it out? You know, it's a little pain there, but she kind of just get it out of her, and she kind of like walk off, and a horse kind of just start walking. It's kind of feeble, but hey, yeah. It was probably like that, where she could kind of just like, oh, you know, there goes my sixth child, you know.
Yeah,
we're gonna name him Zion. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
All right, let's go back to Luke, man. Y'all brothers in the spirit.
It says Luke chapter 21. I'm gonna read verse 34 again. It says, and take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares.
Hey, Officer Tahawan, drop me a precept on wine, because I know you got it. You got like 5 of them on you. I just need one though. So it says, make sure you paying attention, or you're gonna start surfeiting in some of these things. Like you surfeiting and drama. You know, people love drama. Where you watching Love and Hip Hop all day, or surfeiting and what some people, you could actually surfeit in food where you overindulge in meat, and now you kind of picking up too much weight. You can surfeit in lust. You can surfeit in money, and we know the love of money is what?
Root of all evil.
So you don't want to surfeit in those things. It says in drunkenness, you don't want to surfeit and overindulge in alcohol. That's all you think about, or you can't. I know people who actually can't eat unless they smoke a blunt,
Yeah.
or they don't go anywhere without smoking a blunt. You don't want to be that person, and that's all you can think about is smoking. You don't want to be that way with alcohol either. And on a spiritual level, if you got ears to hear, and if you actually been tuned in, you know that wine, it can go into wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. On the right hand side, in a good way, wine is good, but on the left hand side, wine is bad. And on a spiritual level, on the left hand side, wine goes into philosophies. It goes into strange gods, idolatry,
Doctrine.
doctrines, man, philosophies, traditions of men. Hey, grab me Colossians 2 and 8, King.
God.
Man, what you trying to dive into though?
Bro, it really don't matter. I want to be in a apocrypha though.
Okay,
I want to
Con.
be somewhere in the apocrypha.
Okay, Con.
This is Colossians chapter 2 and verse 8. It says, "Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ."
Hey, so what's being said right there in the book of Colossians? He said, hey, take heed. Make sure you paying attention. Make sure you examining yourself and your surroundings, or you're going to get caught up in philosophies like the Big Bang Theory, like the world just came all together at once by sound, by Big Bang. That's a philosophy, you know, or traditions of men, you know, like, hey, what's the tradition of men? Christmas, Thanksgiving, you know, Halloween. That's a tradition of men. That's philosophies. That's strange guys. That's idolatry. If you're not taking heed, you're gonna get drunk. You're gonna get intoxicated by the philosophies of this world. Right? Let's grab. Okay, Con, you got it, King.
Con, this is Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 1. It says, "Through desire, a man having separated himself seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom." So, God, it says through desire. Desire is just another word for lust. Through lust, a man have separated himself, seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. All wisdom is not good wisdom. You got worldly wisdom, you know. You got wisdom on the left hand side. It's all types of different things, and that's going into that wine, you know. That's going into that philosophy and doctrines and vain deceits. You know, you start dealing with one thing, you start dealing with Islam or whatever, or you start dealing with the book of Enoch or the book of Jasher.
Hey, what's that stuff you said you took a class on in high school? It's like about
mythology. I used to take a class on mythology because back in the world, I liked stuff like that. I was an anime guy. I'm kind of a nerd, you know. I was a cool nerd at least, but I like that kind of stuff because hell, I didn't know who I was. I didn't really know who my God was. I was just out here doing stuff. I started intermeddling with all manners of wisdom, dealing with their wisdom, dealing with their left-handed wisdom. But now that had the Most High put me through that to increase me. That way I can destroy that. I can use that against them and cut them down with it, you know. But that's not how it works all the time. If you got the truth and you know the truth, you don't want to be seeking and you built on a sandy foundation and you don't really know what's going on. You don't even know your doctrine fully, and yet you dealing with somebody else's doctrine. You know, I'm gonna go in this book. I just want to read it just so I can break it. I can cut it. I just want to read it so I can cut it. You know, and you built on sand. Next thing you know, you getting tossed to and fro, and you like, damn, this look like it's legit. Now you drunk. Now you like, man, forget the truth. I'm gonna go deal with this book. This book is right. It's been a lot of brothers that fell out that way. Like, man, yeah, this book, this is what's up. I know y'all got some truth, but this got all the truth. This got everything in it. You know, you don't want to be that guy. But go ahead, King.
Officer Tahawan dropped a nice one. Proverbs 23 and 31 through 32. It says, "Look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth his color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder." Now you kind of got to be seasoned to understand this precept. You kind of got to be smooth. You kind of had to be diligent. It says, "Look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth his color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright." Now you got to understand wine. You kind of got to be smooth, like I said. Now wine, hey, give me First Esdras 4, no, First Esdras 3 and 22.
This is First Ezra chapter 3 and verse 22. And when they are in their cups.
Now, real quick. Now, if you know this story, it was going into who can make the wisest saying, which is stronger, wine, the king, or women, and above all, it's the truth. So he's elaborating on what's the strongest. Right now, he's talking about the wine. He said, and when you get in your cup, meaning once you start actually getting drunk and you kind of feeling yourself a little bit, and you kind of getting in your zone, you kind of feeling yourself, that's when you in your cup. Now, when you in your cup, you might actually kind of have your cup in your hand and you kind of looking at it. On the spiritual level, you start getting in your cup when you start diving into too much philosophies and strange doctrines, strange women. You kind of got the book of what's a book that's kind of off?
They got Book of Jasher, Book of Wars, Book of Jubilees. They got the Gospel of Thomas.
Right, you got these different books. Hey, you might actually have a book about a Zeus, and you kind of start believing it. Now that book is kind of like that cup, and you kind of looking at it, and it's kind of giving us color in the cup, and it's starting to get drunk because it looked like the wine kind of moving itself. You kind of getting enticed and hypnotized, and you kind of don't know what to think no more. You kind of think that the left is the right and the right is the left. You can barely walk in a straight line. You really, the light, it looked like the lights is turned off. You sitting still, but the room moving now
because you getting faded.
You faded. You in your cup right now, but you're not actually drinking. You getting intoxicated by these strange women, by these strange gods, by idolatry. You committing spiritual fornication whenever you start believing in other gods. You know what I'm saying? You start thinking that Zeus really is that man. Maybe I should try and be like Zeus. Thor, I kind of want to be like him when I get older. Hey, y'all letting y'all kids go into idolatry. He want to be like Batman when he get older.
Yeah.
He want to be Superman. He want to be like Thor. These is different gods, man. Look, it's okay. He like watching Ninja Turtles. That's cool. That's cool and all, but you got to make sure he know what's going on a little bit. Like, hey, it's time to pray. And it says, "At the last it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder." Hey, at the last, whenever you drunk and you wake up and you kind of like, damn, what happened last night? And you got bruises on your face. You got hickeys on your neck. You a whole man and you got hickeys on your neck and where's my pants? And you naked. It biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder. And when you get intoxicated on a spiritual level, you're going to wake up dead, like Hezekiah say. You're going to wake up dead, man. You got taken away by the cares of this life. You're indoctrinated. You're getting used up. Just like a woman, your value is in your sobriety and your nobleness. Don't nobody want a damn woman who's a hoe. You become a hoe when you start sleeping with all these different gods. You used up. I don't want you no more. God can actually do that to you. Look, man. Yo. Salakia. Go ahead. It's on you, King.
Khan, like the end of the verse say, it says at the last it biteth like a serpent. Let's see what else bites like a serpent.
Bring it
This
out.
is Sirach chapter 21 and verse 2. It says, flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. For if thou comest too near it, it will bite thee. The teeth thereof are as the teeth of a lion, slaying the souls of men. And that's exactly what it's going into. It's going into sin. When you start dealing with these other nations and dealing with these other gods, Shalom, you start dealing with these other gods, and you start dealing with these philosophies and doctrines and this and that, and now you kind of thinking one thing is this and this is that. Now you got the whole game flipped upside down. Now you get bit, and now your soul is slayed. You know.
He said, "Go ahead, King."
Once you knew the truth, you was there. You was on the right path. But then you took a left turn, fell into some deep water, as Second Ezra would say. You fell into some deep water with raging seas. But go ahead.
Man. Hey, man, you got to be kind of spirit. You got to be able to discern what's going on right now, because brothers is actually, hey, Aharon wealthy with knowledge, and if you're not seasoned, you're not gonna understand what this man is talking about. You got to be around a little bit, because brothers actually speaking in parables now. Hey, you got to be studied a little bit. Hey, so man, that's a beautiful night though.
He said it's a
Shalom, man. That's a blessing, man. Hey, we got Soldier Zion in the cut. Shalom, King.
Shalom. One of my favorite soldiers.
This dude right here, man.
That brother funny.
Y'all gonna make me blush.
Funny brother.
That's my brother right there. All right, so man. All right, let's go back. Finish read 34, Luke 21 and 34 again. I kind of want to just swim through this, and then we'll kind of go off the spirit, because I know you want to get into something.
This is Luke chapter 24 and 34. It says, and take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares. And
you're going to get caught off guard. It's going to be, he's going to come to you like a thief in the night.
Yep.
You're going to be unaware if you're taken in the cares of this life. The cares of this life can go into anything, man. As a little boy in America, you're kind of indoctrinated. You're kind of indoctrinated with, you have to finish high school. You have to go to college. Look, man, pick up this basketball. You're going to make it to the NBA. All you got to do is try really hard. Hey, look, you got to be an NFL player. If you're not an NFL player or a basketball player, look, man, you got to rap. That's kind of that's the cares of this life.
This the way to be successful.
That's the way to be successful. That's you getting caught up in the cares of this life. Because next thing you know, you got this little boy, he's 15, 16, 17. He's entering high school, and he might even be a senior. Hey, I see men that actually like 25 and they 26, 30, 40, and they caught up in the cares of this life. This man is 30 years old, and he's still trying to be a rapper. He's still trying to get famous. He's still trying to go viral. He goes to the basketball court at 6 a.m. to start off his day. He goes home, he showers, he eats breakfast. Around noonish, he goes back to the gym, and he put up 10,000 shots. He put up 500 shots. He put up 500 layups, and he do 100 dunks. And then he go back home, he eat again, and then he goes back to the gym. That's all he's worried about. Is getting to the damn to the NBA or the NFL. That's all he's thinking. Or you get caught up in money too much, man. Well, that's all you can think about is money. I got to get this bag. I got to get this bag. I got to get this bread, And he gets caught up in that. He gets caught up in the cares of life. Hey man, we got to make sure we getting caught up with the spiritual things of this life, man. We got to make sure we getting caught up in the law, statutes, and commandments. We got to make sure we actually exercising and building up our faith on a day-to-day basis. If you don't do that, man, you're gonna get caught up, and he's gonna come in a day that you least expect it. Don't nobody know when the thief's showing up, and that's how everybody paints this picture that Jesus Christ is just this goody two shoes. Like he won't kill you. Like he won't put a knife in your back, a sword, not even a knife. Like he won't cut your head off. That's what everybody think. He said he gonna come like a thief in the night. What do you think he finna do with you? Play Scrabble? Clue?
Bro, Salakia, please forgive me.
You got
If
it.
he's making a reference that he's gonna come as a thief, why does everybody think he's just good? And thieves ain't good. Thieves ain't like somebody that's like, oh yeah, damn, I want to invite this thief to my house. No, no, that's not what
Right.
he's making a reference to him as, like, he pulled up on Joshua with his sword in his hand,
Right.
ready. Like, yo, I didn't come here to play. Yeah, I wish I wasn't a guy that's just like cracking jokes all the time. He was 12 years old, sitting in a synagogue with doctors, asking questions. He came here to do one thing and one thing only, and that's the Father's will. He ain't finna sit here and crack a joke with you.
Right.
You probably won't even get the joke because it's in a parable, and it's low key got a deep prophecy behind it. You like,
and you low key getting cut in half with that parable.
Yeah, he's sitting there laughing at you, telling you how he gonna kill you. He told the Pharisees, he gave them a parable, and he said, what do you think is gonna happen to these men? He said, well, the Most High God will utterly slay them. And he looked at them like, well, y'all those men, Pharisees kind of got mad. They got sour about it.
Hey, they kind of wanted to kill him after that.
Yeah. They're like, where my stone at? The stone I keep on my right hip, it ain't here today. Where,
Hey,
I need to get them.
Hey, they low key, not even low key. This is high key. Check this out. They was plotting on how to assassinate Christ.
Yeah.
They were plotting an assassination on our Lord, man, on our Savior. And that should kind of get you in the spirit, like, like what's going on? Like, what?
Yeah, they sitting there. Well, I know he come out of the synagogue on the Shabbat. I know he finna be over here. And Yahushua kind of duck off. Like, nah, I ain't even finna go that way today. Cause hell, he know what they thinking. It's the Lord. He like, yeah, nah, I ain't even finna go that way today. I'm gonna duck and dodge them. He ain't ducking and dodging them because he's scared of them. No, he already told his disciples, I didn't come here to kill. I came here to give life. But he also said, think not that I can send 12 legions of angels to destroy everybody. 12 legions is a lot of people. One angel will do it, but 12 legion, come on now.
That's a host. That's a whole army of angels.
That's an army of angels shooting laser beams with swords and chariots. Like, what the hell? What are you? And this is the guy that's finna come back to everybody, to the heathen. He's finna come back to the heathen and be like, hey y'all, I know what y'all did to my people. I forgive you. It's okay. I turn the other cheek. Remember? No, he ain't coming with that kind of spirit. He finna first off. He finna off 2/3 of our people. He's starting there. You're done. Then he's going to the heathen. It ain't everybody, man. If you read, I'm gonna just say this: read 2nd Ezra 13. Read 2nd Ezra 13, and you will see exactly what he is going to come and do. Easy, one of the easiest plain things to see what he gonna do, because Isaiah give it to you kind of a parable. It's like, damn, man, it's hard to understand. 2nd Ezra, he'll tell you how it is. Like, yeah, he's finna come back. Some people will go into captivity. Some people will go into everlasting life. Some people will go this way, that way. But he didn't say he was coming back with, everybody just cheering and happy and he saved everybody. Everybody gets salvation. No, it's not how it is. It's like it, man. I went on a rant because it's getting real irritating nowadays. All these Christians, like, first, man, they try to get the promise that was never given to them. Like, bruh, don't do that. That's not. It wasn't for you. Never will it be for you. It was never given to you. It never changed up for you. And I don't know. Our people just getting robbed and it's getting irritating. Go ahead though.
I agree. Hey, so Josiah, grab this precept in Psalms 103 and verse 20. And I want you to check this out. I think you see me pull it out before. But it went off in my head whenever you start talking about Yahushua and the 12 legion of angels. But didn't we look up? I know we tried to, but did we come up with an actual number when it talked? How many people is in a legion? I felt like we looked that up, man.
Yeah, if you look it up, it'll tell you how much a legion is between each I believe each year or nation. Like you got a Greek legion and you got a Roman legion. I think I looked at the Roman legion. It was like 12,000 men.
He showed, and that kind of spiritual because we do things in 12s.
God,
12,000. That's 144,000 angels, King. Not men, angels.
He said not men.
You know what the angels can do? You know what kind of when you go to war, you got artillery, you got swords, you got explosives. Think about what the angels are equipped with when they go make war. Hey, read that precept.
Gone. This is Psalms 103, verse 20. It says, "Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word."
It says that the angels excel in strength.
Mm-hmm.
So you put one angel, you know how a man, right? You got a man and he getting jumped by two people. He's not strong enough. He don't have enough strength. An angel can take on thousands of men by himself. They girded with strength. They have those things. Just think about that. And he showed up with 144,000 angels. Hey, but what did he say after that, Aharon? But if I do that, how the scripture's going to be fulfilled?
Exactly.
But think about when everything's fulfilled. Hey, look, he got to fulfill certain things. He said he was going to make war with the other nations. That got to be fulfilled. It has to be. It's written. It's going to be fulfilled. It's not a question. Aharon, I know you got some. Hey, man, we might can just slide on that 2 Ezra 13. Man. I don't know.
He said, I don't know.
What you got, though?
So, I found out. A legion back in the Roman times consisted of 3,000 to 6,000 men. 3,000 to 6,000. But that's still 12 of 6,000 angels. 6,000 is more than enough. 500 is more than enough. But, our Lord and Savior is the one that's soft and whatnot. But yet he's trying to overkill stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it.
Oh, man, that's funny.
And I got a precept.
All right.
This is Matthew 10 and 34. It says, "Think not that I come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword."
Go ahead, King.
So yeah, basically he's coming back to mess stuff up. You know what I'm saying? It's not, that's not even a balance. If it was 100%, lovey-dovey and peace and stuff, then that would be abomination.
Right. Hey, everything has a balance. You got water. What you got to balance that out? You got fire. Hey, you got darkness. What do you have to balance that out with? You got light. You know what I'm saying? Everything has a balance. Hey, you got sunny days. Hey, look, man, you got cloudy days. Hey, you got the sun. You got the moon to balance it out.
Yeah.
You got night. You got day. Everything is perfected and balanced. You got, hey, give me Ecclesiastes 3:1, Baba Kashazar. Everything has to have a balance.
Salakia. Obadiah, Judah, Israel said, our forefather Jacob beat the brakes off an angel.
He was like, you know what? Your name is Israel.
That's hilarious.
He slipped his disc.
That's hilarious. That was a mighty battle. I know that.
Bruh, wrestling with an angel. That's only our people though.
That's only our people. I'm trying to. A while back, I was trying to figure out like why did this nigga get blessed for doing that, but whatever. It's our people.
Really though. Hey, crack that though. Spit that. Zion.
Salaki, what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Spit that. I'm gonna turn that too. That's a good one, man. So why I'm pulling this out is to show you that it has to be balanced. Hey, without the rainy days, how can you really appreciate the beautiful sunny days? Read that though.
Con, this is Ecclesiastes 3 and what?
Start at 1.
This is Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1. It says, to everything there is a season, and at a time to every purpose under the heaven.
Right.
Verse 2, at a time to be born and a time to die.
That's balance.
Con, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted.
That's balance. Hey man, every time someone dies, someone is born. That's balance. And you go out there and you break up the ground and you sow the seeds, and over a process of time, you go harvest what you sowed. You know, you go reap what you sowed. That's balance. Let's keep reading.
Verse 3, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up.
Come on.
A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance.
Hey, it's a time for grief and sorrow. Then it's a time for you to make mirth. It's a time for you to dance. It's a time for you to be happy. It's a time for you to be sad. And right now, as a nation of people, as a whole nation, it's not a time for us to be so happy and making mirth. And you kind of in the state of jotility. And you kind of jolly. That's not really what we need right now in this moment. Now, yes, there's times in there we got the feast days, you with your brothers. Yes, but as a whole, it's a time for us to kind of recalibrate our minds, come back to the Bible wholeheartedly, not half-assing it. It's a time for you to be genuine and sincere with the Most High God. Come back. Hey, repent. Like, honestly, repent. Ask for forgiveness and turn away from those things, man. For real, it's a time for us to have this laser beam focus on the Most High God. Hey, on our family, so we can build up a strong nation again. Hey, let's keep spitting though. Keep going, King.
Can I get this precept right quick?
Yeah, real quick.
This is Ecclesiastes 7:2. It says, it is better to go to the house of mourning than to go into the house of feasting, for that is the end of all men, and the living will lay it to his heart.
Now, it's better for a man to actually go into the house of mourning sometimes instead of the house of mirth. Now, mourning, we'll use simpler terms. Mourning is referring to sadness. Now, mirth is referring to happiness. Sometimes it's good for you to be sad. It's not always good for you to be happy. Sometimes it's needful for you to be sad. And why is that? Why is Solomon saying that? All right, you want to spit that?
Khan, I already knew he was going to say that. So, Khan, sometimes it's better to be sad because then you'll actually think about and reflect on why you're sad. You reflect on, why am I here? How did I get here? How is my people at a lower state? Because if you're always drunk and you're always in a state of gladness, in a state of mirth and partying and happy, you're never going to think about, oh damn, why is my people at the bottom? You know, you're not finna think that. And that's kind of what the society set up for us. We got all this good music. We got a liquor store on every corner. We got this, that, and the third, and they want us to keep us asleep, and they want us to keep us drunk and docile and partying all the time. But if you actually sit your ass down and actually sit in your room for a day and think, damn, what is going on? Why is our people like this? This is kind of sad. Why is our people like this? Why are we at the bottom? That's why it's better for you to sit there and actually think about, how did you get put in this predicament that you at? You know, and that go with everybody, even if you're in the truth too. You know, like, damn, how did I get put in a situation where I don't know what's going on? When I could have, I could have actually studied a little bit harder. I could have actually did this a little bit harder. I could have did this a little bit more. I could have fasted more. I could have prayed more. And that's gonna build you up to be a better man when you actually in them days of sadness. But like you said, it's we got days of gladness. We got new moons. We got Sabbaths. We got Destruction of America coming soon. That movie coming soon. We all happy for that one.
Right.
But it's a time to get serious and a time to sit down and actually think about what's going on. But you got it.
So Josiah, let's keep pushing.
God, this is Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 5. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. Verse 6. A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rend and a time to sue. A time to keep silence and a time to speak.
Hey, it says a time to rend. That means to tear apart, and a time to sew it back together. It says a time to keep silence and a time to speak. Now read verse 8.
God, this is Ecclesiastes 3 and 8. A time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace.
That's in the Bible. Why is that in the Bible, King? We should all be examining that. Why is that in the Bible? Why is it saying that? It says it's a time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. That's important. You gotta have balance. You gotta have balance. So if this don't prove balance, I don't know. You might not get it.
You might not get it.
You might not get it. That's the hard truth, man. You might be too far off. That's balance. This is balance in the Bible. All right, get the faithful, Zion. Get Proverbs 11 and 1 real quick, and we might change gears after this.
God, this is Proverbs 11 and 1. It says, a false balance is abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight.
He said a false balance. Look, this is balance. We understand. Look, this is balance right here. My bad. Hold on. There it is. This is balance. Now, a false balance is like this. That's an abomination. The Lord isn't going to have a false balance. It's always going to be a just balance. Right here. You got light, you got darkness. You got war, you got peace, and it's balanced out. It's not going to be all love. If it was all love, if our God was all love, why can't we see that on earth? Why isn't it like that? Because it's a balance, right? Hey, God himself said he was a God of war.
God, and he put his name on it.
Right. Hey, grab that real quick. Or I grab it. I'm already moving.
God, he put his name on it.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 15 and verse 3. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Was he lying? Right. You got it, King.
That's so serious. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name.
Come on, man.
It hit a little different when you read it in his name. Like the ark was just going into. Is he a man that he should lie? No. Is he a man that he should repent? Oh, you finna grab it?
I'm finna grab something right here.
Go ahead.
Hey, this is Malachi chapter 3 and verse 6. Malachi chapter 3 verse 6, it says, for I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. So right here in the Bible, it says that God don't change. He doesn't change. Hey, if he's a man of war, if he's a God of war, that's what he is. Hey, if God was always changing and he was, wishy-washy, one day he liked it this and the next day he don't, how would we be able to please him? Hey, that's kind of effeminate. You know, women, they kind of change a lot.
Yeah.
Emotionally, they kind of unbalanced. They kind of feeling good, and then something happened, and they kind of bipolar. Now they upset, but then they back happy. But God not like that. He gonna tell you what he want from you, and it's gonna be black and white. Do this. No steal, no kill, no adultery. That's how it was written in the Hebrew.
That's how the Hebrew is written. The
That's
Most
how
High God is a practical God.
simple, black and white.
Simple.
He's going to give it to you straight. Hey, if you do this, you have to pay back double. If you
Yeah.
do this, stones. If you do this, dead. You know what I'm saying? If you stay away from these things, life, everlasting life, peace,
Yeah.
joy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Most High God doesn't change. If he was to change, right here in this verse, it says the sons of Jacob, they would be consumed. If the Most High God was to, and God set his name on us, he said he loved us. If he was to change and took his love away from us, we would be destroyed altogether as a people.
Definitely.
The Most High God don't change though. You know? Go ahead, King.
Khan, how the hell are we still here when we kill each other? You got the heathens killing us. Everybody's killing us. Our people are gay. You know, they moving in this kind of way, and there ain't no reproduction. If the Most High God was not with us, if there was no spiritualness behind us, we would definitely be consumed by now. Definitely would have been done, finished. Ain't no way a people can go through what we went through and not be utterly wiped out and not be extinct. Esau has extinct many animals and many tribes, many people, but we not extinct, you know. So that holds a lot of weight, a lot of weight. There's no people like us that actually been through the stuff we've been through, and there's yet still so many of us. We're like the damn sand of the sea. It's so many of us. Can't get away from us, you know. And it's a beautiful thing, though. But kind, that's all I had.
Hey, he said in the book of Psalms, he said, to the nations, there is no end.
Yep.
Right? You know, there's no end of the nations, especially not the nation of Israel, man. We're the apple of his eye, man. I kind of want to transition. I kind of want to go swimming, King. I ain't gonna lie. Okay? I kind of want to go swimming. What you trying to do?
Bro, it really don't matter. It really don't matter to me, bro. I'm ready to go anywhere, low key.
I'm kind of heating up, man. Let me see. What? So we kind of, the lesson is measure the time diligently in itself. Measure the time. Make sure you got your mind on a swivel. Make sure you can see what's going on, in your household, in your community, in your city, in your state, in your country, in other countries. You want to make sure you can measure the time. Like Officer Aharon, he just brung up how it's a shortage of gas in like Texas, Florida, a couple other places. They actually filling up, stocking up on gas. You got to take note of that. And are you going to be able to make moves whenever it ain't no gas? What if an EMP hit the United States? Are you mentally prepared for that? Remember, it all starts with a thought. Are you mentally strong enough? Do you have a survival mindset? I kind of want to look up EMP. Let me see.
Because a lot of people can't live without Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi go out for 2 hours. All hell done broke loose. Nobody know what to do. You calling Cox, AT&T. Why is my Wi-Fi not working, man? I didn't record some TV shows and I need them and I'm bugging, you know? You kind of start scratching, you fiending. Like, damn, bro, I don't know where my Wi-Fi at, man. I'm running out of data. Come on, man. I need this Wi-Fi. You know?
Hey.
Jake's gonna lose his mind when there ain't no electricity.
Are you mentally prepared for not having electricity or running water? Hey, look, Ganja Farmer, he said this. an EMP attack will happen. It will happen. You know, it's actually cars that run off of electricity and not gas.
Yep.
It's so many things that runs off of electricity. Now, it says an EMP, I'm trying to kind of get in a good definition of it. We should already know what it is, but I kind of like going to Google just to see what Google throw at me. You know, it's just fun. It's one of my hobbies. It says an energetic EMP can temporarily upset or permanently damage electronic equipment by generating high voltage and high current surges. Semiconductor components are particularly at risk. The effects of damage can range from imperceptible to the eye to devices literally blowing apart. So an EMP pulse, it can actually destroy electronics. Hey, to the eye, you might not see it, but on the inside of that device, it's blown to pieces. It ain't gonna be no Wi-Fi. Ain't gonna be no escalators. Hey, it ain't gonna be no planes. It ain't gonna be no Teslas. You know, it ain't gonna be no microwaves, no ovens. How are you gonna cook your food? You know, are you dirty? How you gonna take a bath? Ain't no running water, King. Oh, it's too cold in the house. Ain't no thermostat, King. It ain't none of that. Are you mentally prepared? Are you still what is the word I'm looking? You're dependent on America. You dependent. You got to make sure mentally you can be independent. Hey, give me 1 Corinthians 7:34. So this is Paul's recommendation on marriage. Paul's recommendation on marriage, but he be dropping gems in there, man. He be dropping gems everywhere. And I feel like that's what I want.
1 Corinthians 7:24?
34, I think.
34. Slack it.
Check that out real quick. I'm going to go there because I got to double check that. Read that, though.
Con, this is 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 34. It says, there is a difference also between a wife and a virgin.
Jump to 24. It's talking about abusing the world. That's what I want.
Con, this is 1 Corinthians 7:24. It says, brethren, let every man wherein he is called therein abide with God. Now concerning virgins,
that's not it. That's not it, King. Salakia. Let me just go there real quick and stand over it. Officer Aharon. Salakia.
Here, y'all spit real quick because I got a point.
Okay, Khan.
What America wants you to do, what Babylon wants you to do is to be dependent upon them. Why? The Most High God wants you to be dependent upon him. But if you're dependent upon America, you're no longer dependent upon the Most High God, because now you're like, well, I know this is coming in. I don't really have to have faith that the Most High is going to make this happen because I know America got my back. You know, right. America got this for me. And that's what America wants to be. America wants to be your God. Mm-hmm. It literally, I pledge my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. They literally got you pledging your allegiance to the flag. When you go into sororities and whatnot, they got you pledging your allegiance to these Greek sororities, and they actually what the hell is it? They grab this metal thing and they heat it up and they stamp you. I forgot what that's called. Kind of how they do cows.
Brandon iron or something like that.
They brand you.
Yeah.
Yep. They brand you. They brand you with they signet, you know, and that's kind of what they want to be. They want to be your God when the Most High God wants to be your God, you know. He been wanting that from the beginning, but we've been a stiff-necked people. We liking the Greek fashions more above all. We like their fashions. We like what they do. We want them to be our God. Subconsciously, that's how we rocking. But that's not how it's supposed to be. That's why America comes out with so much of these unemployment, food stamps, this, that, and the third. You can't even go build a house no more. Why? Because you have to be dependent upon them. Now you got to go do stuff their way. Right. You have to do it my way. You're in slavery. But go ahead.
Hey, man. Woo! We starting to cook up, man. So I looked up the word allegiance. Everyone should understand roughly what allegiance is. Let's see what Google says. It says loyalty or commitment of a subordinate to a superior or of an individual to a group or cause. Now, your allegiance as an Israelite is supposed to be to the Most High God. You know what America says on the back of a dollar bill? It says, "In God we trust." You know, in God we trust. But we know as a whole, America don't put their trust in God. They don't really believe in God. Everything that the Bible says here in America, they do the complete opposite. Hey, something like this. Give me Leviticus. I'll just paraphrase it. Hey, the Bible tells you homosexuality is not okay. You know, here in America, it's okay. It's more than okay. It's more than okay. They've passing laws for the LGBTQ community, for the lesbians, for the gays, for the bisexual, for the queers. They passing these things, but in the Bible, that's not okay. This is supposed to be a God-fearing country, though. You know, everything that the Bible promotes, they go against those things, man. So we supposed to pledge our allegiance to the Most High God, not to them a flag, not to America. And it's crazy that Officer Aharon said this, because where do you learn how to pledge allegiance? Where do you learn that pledge? You learn it at these schools, man, when you're in first grade, when you're in pre-K, and you being indoctrinated. That's you taking a cup of that wine, man. These public schools is not okay, man. It's not okay. If you got to put your kids there, you got to do what you got to do. I understand. This is not our rest. That's what it's saying, Micah 2:11. This is not our rest, but it also says arise and depart, because it's not our rest. It actually says come out of her in Revelation. You know, depart from her, meaning separate yourselves from the things that America is pushing. Hey, grab me that in Revelation. It says come out of her. Let me see. I got it. Hold on. I grab it. Unless you get there before me. Is it 18? I ain't been there in a minute. 18. So Josiah, read Revelation 18:3.
God, this is Revelation 18:3. It says, "For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication."
So all the nations have drunk of the wine of America. America is known as the whore that's in Revelation. You know, hey, give me we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. But America commits spiritual fornication with all the other nations and with all the gods. That's why here in America, it's called the melting pot. It's a crock pot full of bullshit. That's what America is. It's so much going on. You got Black Lives Matter, stop the Asian hate, but you really got white privilege on top. And then you got, you know, Africans, you know, you got all of these, look, you got little Mexico, you got all kind of, it's a whole bunch of bullshit going on. That's that fornication. It's hard to actually see the truth behind things, man, because there's so much folly going on. Hey, now keep reading, King.
God, this is Revelation 18:3. It says, "For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her."
The kings of the earth, meaning these other nations, they are committing fornication with America. America is that whore that sitteth upon many waters. All right, let's keep reading.
Khan. And it says, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
And everyone kind of can benefit off of America. They kind of waxing rich. You got different ports and they distributing and trading. Hey, one thing about distributing and trading and making money, we got to first identify this. The love of money is the root of all evil. Now, in the book of Sirach, where my apocrypha go? Salakia. Watch this verse right here. Watch this. Real quick. I think it's 27. Sirach chapter 27 and verse 2. Sirach 27 and verse 2. Watch this. Everybody pay attention real quick. It says, as a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones, so doth sin stick close between buying and selling. Let me read that again. As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones, so doth sin stick close between buying and selling. So when you're dealing with carpentry work, or you are architect and you kind of building a building, when you hitting them stones, you hitting them nails in there, you setting, you building up a foundation, you laying concrete, you got wood, you got nails, and it keeps things together. It's always right there in the midst of it. Just how that works, you got to understand when you buying and selling and trading, it's always a lot of sin in the midst of that. Now, America, she's a whore spiritually. Now, what she likes to do is play that game, and she's always in the middle of something. Ain't got no business with her, but she's always in the midst of it. She's always trying to get something. She's always in different embassies. And when I say she, I'm talking about America. She's sticking her nose where it don't belong, trying to get some natural oils and diamonds. And you find America over there in Africa taking their wealth, taking they oil or they diamonds or they natural resources. You got them putting their hands everywhere. And that's where a lot of sin comes into play. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
Hey, Salakia, the scriptures say there's nothing worse or there's nothing more wicked than a covetous man. And that's what a man that's trying to, buy and sell everything up. He wants to buy this land. I need to go buy this. You got Esau and all in Gad's community taking their money, taking their land. It's just all manners of wickedness. But go ahead, King.
Khan. Now, Captain DeBar trying to get in here.
I know, man. All praises.
Right, he said.
Get in here.
Right, he said I ain't send the link.
What? How I'm here?
That's what I'm saying.
How's I on here?
You don't know what's going on.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let me reply to him because Captain DeBar, this is right up his alley. Yeah. So
I had this quick article. Yeah. So remember like 3 months ago, the ice storm, and what we were talking about earlier is about how everybody's flipping out about the gas in the span of 3 months, right? Because 3 months ago was a Texas ice storm. The main power grid in America got shut down. And then 3 months later, the biggest pipeline for gas got cyber attacked by, we think Russia, right? So it just shows you in a span of 3 months how the two most powerful thing that America relies on, and it's economics, can get shut down. So what's gonna happen in a year from now? You know what I'm saying?
Who's to say that this thing can't pop off tonight? Hey, and I gotta add, now they kind of saying this, we think it's Russia. America likes to pull strings on American citizens just to see how they kind of retaliate.
Yeah.
To see how they act. It's kind of like we the test subjects. Like Corona. Man, ain't no damn Corona. COVID-19 ain't that serious. Now they pulling your cards. They might really give you corona. You know, you go take all of them shots. You go take a serum and they don't even know what the serum is, supposedly. And man, when you do the research, it tell you, hey, General Hezekiah, he'll vouch for me. He's the one who pulled up the sources. It take like 20 years to actually make a proper vaccine. So if you go do that, and it's only been a year, you know that this is either it was set up from the beginning or they don't have a fully compatible vaccine. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be mindful, and you gotta know that America is real crafty.
Yep.
They don't care about us. You know that they want a one world government. They want to raise the population down to I don't know how small. They plotting on how to overthrow the Israelites, how to keep us down to sin, how to fight the Lord when he comes back. They actually plotting these things, man. It tell you in Revelation 17:4, I want to say. Captain DeBar, you in a cut?
Gone. So on.
Gotta welcome King in here. Hey, grab me the precept where it tells you in Revelation, I believe it's 17, where they're gonna try and make war against the Lord. Oh wait, I just found it. 17:14. That's what I wanted, I think.
Gone.
It says, Revelation 17:14 says, these shall make war with the Lamb. Now we already know who the Lamb is. Just in case you don't know, let's get first, Officer Aharon, get John 1:19.
This is John chapter 1, verse 19. It says, and this is the record of John. That ain't it. That ain't what you want.
That ain't what I want. 29.
John chapter 1 and verse 29. The next day, John saith, Yahushua coming, Slakia. The next day, John seeth Yahushua coming unto him and saith, behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world.
So we know that Jesus, our Lord and Savior, we know him as Yahushua. Anyways, the point is, he's referred to as the Lamb all throughout the scriptures. They're actually going to try and make war with him. You know, modern day war. Let's sit back a little bit. Let me slow down a little bit. Let's build this up. We got to actually put everybody in this frame of mind, right? Because this is what the scriptures talk about. When you used to old war, you got swords, right? You got shields. You know, you got your girts packed. You got war armor on. You know, it's kind of heavy. It's jingling. It's heavy. Hey, this man might have a javelin. This man might have a spear. This man got bows and arrows. And you know what? This mighty man over here, you got a company and they all riding on horses. And they moving fast through the land. And, you know, they kind of got the war generals and they kind of sitting back. They say, I want this platoon. I want this garrison. Look at the geographic, right? We got a valley. What we want to do is keep them deep in this valley, and we're gonna starve them out. This is old war. This is what it's kind of looking like. Nowadays, war is a lot different. Back then, you had a lot of guerrilla tactics by the Israelites, you know, where you jump out and ambush. Those things are still relevant, don't get me wrong. But now you got EMPs. You send the EMP and you shut down the whole city. No electricity. Hey, man, China stopped shipping and making trade with us. Look, we out on rice. We out on all kind of food. You know, this is chess, not checkers. Think about it. Hey, they got something called Satan 1 and Satan 2. These are nuclear missiles. Ain't nobody pulling out a bow and arrow no more, man. They pulling out Glocks.
Shit, they ain't even pulling that out.
Really? They pulling out bullets that got FMJ, full metal jackets where it's piercing through any kind of armor. You know? They pulling up in helicopters. Now, it wasn't no helicopters back then. Hey, what is the I used to play this game on my computer, monkey balloons. And
Balloons tower defense.
Right. And you got the cannons, and they kind of shooting. Ain't none of those no more. We not shooting can. We're actually pulling up in a tank.
Yeah.
Blowing stuff up. Not no 1, 2, 3, and you send a big old rock and it's on fire. No. These men are actually in a whole other state controlling the missile on a computer.
Drones.
They actually have these things, man. With heat seekers.
Yeah.
Thermal scopes where you can actually see a man in the dark. When it got dark back then, the only way you was getting light is if you had a fire. They actually got infrared scopes, binoculars. They have these things. They got all of these different kind of devices. That's what war looks like now. They're planning on using those things against our Lord. And these, look, check this out. These are the weapons that they made known to us. A fighter, let's take it another step back. I'm a fighter, right? A fighter, let's just say I'm a fighter. When I'm in the ring fighting, I don't just show up and give them my best weapon, my secret weapon. I don't like, hey, this is my strongest weapon. No, I saved that. You know, I want it to be a surprise. Think about the things that they holding back from us. Think about it. And not only just America, I'm saying world. You got to think big. You know, the kind of things that we focus on in our life. How are we going to pay this bill? You know, it's kind of, we kind of squeezing by. You know, how I'm going to do this, you know? Dang, what, my kid gets sick and I got to rush over here. And you get caught up in these little things. Think about the men and the women. Think about these different governments who get paid to strategize and to utilize people, weapons, artillery, armies. You actually have men who get paid to come up with stuff like this. We get paid to be a cashier or to weld something. They get paid to make weapons of mass destruction. And they plan on using these things against our Lord. Revelation 17:4 says, these shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them. For he is the Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called the chosen and faithful. Hey, man, this might be the time when we duck off and go into 2nd Ezra 13, man.
Yeah, I got a precept.
Kind of bring it out, man.
And it is 2nd Ezra 13. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 13 and verse 8. And after this, I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight. And this is talking about the other nations. They were sore afraid. They're going to be sore afraid to fight against our Lord, because they know who it is. They're like, damn, he back. But they still gonna fight. You know, the Most High gonna put it on their spirit to still fight. Why? Because we finna see it. Verse 9, and lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war. So Yahweh, he ain't got nothing in his hand. You know, he ain't got no bow and arrow. He ain't got no sword. You know, he's just chilling. Verse 10, but only I saw that he sent out of his mouth as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips as a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempest. So, you know, he probably said something under his breath. I don't know. I'm led to believe he gonna say something under his breath, like, you know, death. Niggas just die.
Hey, I always think about this. It's a movie series, and it's with the wolves and the vampires, like Twilight or something.
Yeah.
It's a little Sega or Saga, whatever it is. It's a series. On one of them, you had some little white girl, and she was an evil vampire, or whatever the case. She was with the bad guys, but she had one of the coldest powers.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Any emotion Shorty said, they felt it.
Yep.
Pain. And you have cuz over there folding up like, imagine that. You know, Hey, the Lord can do whatever he want to do. Hey, Dahom said that's the spirit. Khan, man.
Con.
Right?
Precept.
Khan, what you got?
Con, this was going into when you said they're still gonna fight though. You know what I'm saying? Even though some of them are scared, they're still gonna fight. It's Obadiah 1:3. It says, "The pride of thine heart had deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?"
You want me to get it or you got it?
That's definitely you.
Khan. So the precept, I want everybody to know this too. Obadiah is a book that was really directed towards our enemies. Now, the chief enemy right now is Edom, the nation of Edomites, Esau. Now, we know Esau to be the white man according to biblical prophecy. Now, with that understanding, he said the pride of his heart, meaning the pride in his mind. Read that scripture again. Man, drop the precept. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I got it. It's Obadiah 1:3. It says, "The pride of thine heart had deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high."
Check this out. Now you got to understand this too, because he's dropping gems right now. He said the pride of your mind is deceiving you. You know, just because you. Hey, one thing about Esau, one thing about the white man, he likes to dwell on high. That's why you see the white man building skyscrapers, and he wants to be all the way on the top. Or you see the white man, he in the plane, and he want to jump out of the plane. He kind of get a rush out of those kind of things. Now it also says that he dwells in the cliffs of the rocks. Watch this. What is it? Job chapter 30, King. It talks about Esau. It talks about the white man actually getting pushed aside from society, and he dwells in the cliffs of the rocks, known as the Caucasus Mountains. That's actually a real thing. Now, if you don't believe in the Bible, you got to believe history, and we know that that's a fact. That's where he got pushed aside, and he dwelt in the Caucasus Mountains, man, whose habitation is high. You know, let me add okay, King back in here. Khan. Hey, DeBar, whenever you got anything, King, it's your world. Hey, read that scripture though.
Yeah.
One more time.
Khan, this is Obadiah 1:3. It says, "The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, that thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?"
And that's kind of the spirit that he move in. And why he say make America great again? You know, that's prideful. Hey, what's another thing that America kind of get off on?
Home of the free, the proud, the brave, the marine, you know, all that.
Land of the brave.
All anthem, just every line.
You know, that's kind of his thing.
Hey,
But those, go ahead.
Salakia, but how racist is it to say make America great again? When was it ever great? They talking about when the white man was on top, when there was no one who could equal him, when it was just him up there. There was no black people doing this, that, and the third. You had the white man and the black man in slavery. That's what they mean. That's their pride.
Yeah. But the verse, it speaks for itself. He said, that pride, it deceives you, man. Khan, Obadiah, look, he in the cut. That's what I wanted. Soldier Zion, grab me Job 30:6.
Here, I'm already holding it, King.
All right, Khan, you got it.
This is Job chapter 30 and verse, I'm going to start at 5. It says, they were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief.
Hey, Esau was driven forth from among men. He was too vile. Hey, Esau so kind of, the white man didn't even know how to cleanse himself until we showed them. The white man kind of walk on all fours. Why you think they got that show called The Flintstones? They kind of bam, bam. They don't even know how to use words. We had to teach them things. Not too long ago. Hey, look, let me take my time, man. Let me spit a little bit. Check this out. Deuteronomy chapter 23. The Israelites was commanded, and whenever whenever you gotta go take a number 2, you take you a little shovel over there, you dig you a little pit, and then you poop, and then you cover it back up. Hey, you don't bring that in the midst of the camp. That's not clean. That's unsanitary. Now the white man, he poop and he throw it out his window, and it's all in the midst of the city, in the midst of the streets.
Yeah.
And you got the women with their dresses, and the dresses, dragging, because they got them long trains. You ever see a princess on the movies and they dress kind of like 2 miles behind them? And that's kind of how, and they vile. I'm gonna be honest. When a black person stink, it smell like a little bit of gas. Smell like weed.
A little tree. Yep.
Smell like a tree. But when white people stink, it's like, damn, nigga.
Did you poop? What is that?
Smell horrible.
Class 112, 119, I think it is.
That's the insider, right? That's funny. Hey, keep reading on that though. It says they got pushed and driven forth from among men because they just not right. They off. They dirty. They unclean. They unsanitary. They don't have any knowledge. They don't have any commandments. They wasn't given those things. They just don't have understanding. So they like a beast, because a beast don't have those things. He goes off of instinct. He goes off a pulse. And that's why white men, they like beast. Spit that though, King.
Shit, even beasts know how to clean themselves, King. I ain't gonna lie to you. My dog kind of lick himself and get himself right every now and then. But this is Job 30:6. It says to dwell in the cliffs of valleys, in caves of the earth, and in the rocks.
That's where the actual habitation was. It says in cliffs of the valleys, in caves of the earth, and in rocks. It's saying what it's saying, man. It's saying what it's saying. Somebody said, we're gonna keep reading. Somebody said, they always stink. That's funny.
Bro, really though, like whoever said that, I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now. I don't know if it's a he or a she, but they not even really playing though. They kind of do always stink. It's like a weird stench they got. It's like, damn, man, I don't even really want to be by you. Yeah, like low-key, I can't even say that. Cause like, bro, my dog's actually like
tolerable.
I can deal with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, he giving the dogs more credit.
Hey,
I can deal with it.
Captain DeBar, I think you showed me this. Job be spitting. He said, "Oh wait, is it right here?"
Yeah, this is the chapter.
Hey, he said, "I wouldn't even let my dog sit with him." Hey, let's keep going.
God.
Yeah, this is the chapter.
Verse 6. It says to dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in caves of the earth, and in the rocks. It says among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together.
Hey, DeBar, touch on that. Baba Kasha.
Khan, so read it one more time. Salakia.
Khan, it says among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together.
Right. So under the bushes, it says they braid. They literally used to, like the brother said, going back to the Flintstones, this is the age where they was not taught anything, where they didn't know anything. So it said they braid under the bushes. They would literally get under bushes in groups and bray at each other. And if you heard a donkey, you can YouTube this right now, and the first thing it's gonna pull up is a donkey at each other. That's what braying is. And we see movies that they do that, where they actually have, ancient white people braying at each other, because that was factual. What they call today Darwinism. They try to say it's evolution. No, the Lord made you like that. Okay. And it says under the nettles, a nettle is a certain kind of plant, bush.
Con. Let's keep pushing.
Con. It says verse 8. They were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were viler than the earth.
It says they were children of fools, yet children of base men. Now, base men, base, we know that the like a basement. It's the lower level. Base men, foolish. They don't have understanding. It says they were viler than the earth. Let me look up vile so I can just be on point with that. Everybody should know what vile kind of mean, but it says morally bad or wicked, extremely unpleasant, of little worth or value. You know, that's vile. That's crazy, man. It says they
It
were
also means nasty too.
Shalom, hermanos. Shalom, Ak.
Hey, Salakia.
He dropped some mana in there. He said nettle can also mean annoyed too. I can feel that.
He said I could feel that.
Who was it first? Who was on? How did the bar are you?
I don't know. Mine ain't long.
I ain't have nothing.
If you look up Petra is actually where they dwelt at, and you'll see this big ass cave with a it looked like Roman and Greek pillars and whatnot. And that's where they dwelt at that time, in caves and whatnot. If you look up Petra, I'll put it in the chat. But that's it.
Okay. The bar's on you.
Captain Bar.
God, no, I ain't had nothing. Salakia.
All right, God. Where we at?
Wherever you want to be, king.
Oh, okay, Salakia. Hey, let's keep reading on that Job then.
Khan. It says, and now, verse 9, Job 39, and now am I their song, yea, I am their byword.
Hey, and you gotta damn MacBook finna die. Salakia.
Khan.
I'm gonna whip my phone.
Khan.
But it says that I have become their byword. You know, it's have you ever, I'm gonna give this analogy. Have you ever seen a man who is like let's just use a worldly analogy because I want everybody to understand. You ever see somebody who is poor and they call someone who is financially on a higher level than them and he called him broke? Like the nerve. Like, what do you mean? You broke. You ain't got it.
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm broke? That's how it is whenever our oppressor, that's how it is when Esau kind of look at us. How you gonna call us a byword? Or I'm just a nigga? Or I ain't shit? No, nigga, that's you. That's you. You know?
I got one for you.
A byword is being called something that you're not, man. You know? And we can pull that into curses. What you got though, King?
God, like you said, man, there's people that really, just because they have a lot of wealth, a lot of goods, a lot of substance, they think that that makes them rich on the inside. But we know that's not factual. These are red letters. This is Revelation 3:17. It says, because thou sayest, I am rich and increased with goods and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable and poor, blind and naked.
It's like it. Go ahead, King.
Right. So, hey, there are people on earth, they think just because they're rich, they think because they got one up on the next brother that they think that they can call him broke when, you know, all that money that they have, they spend it on one thing, man, and that is jewelry. They spend it on, they don't invest in their own people. They don't put a greater good. They only focus on one thing. But that's all I had, though.
Say something real quick. I'm trying to get up my phone so I can close this laptop.
Hey, what was that precept you just read, Captain Bar?
Revelation 3:17.
Khan, it says, because thou sayest, I am rich and increase with goods and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable and poor and blind and naked. And this is like you said, this is touching on everybody that actually think they got something, but really spiritually they ain't got really nothing. And this is Revelations 2:9. It says, and I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. So it says right here that we, our people, we're in poverty and we're poor, but in our spirit we rich, you know. And that's just us as a people. We rich and we got all this treasure, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, so on and so forth. We don't need to have all these materialistic stuff, you know. That's not really what it's about. The scriptures say, Riches profit not in the day of destruction. You know, and that's a plain fact. That is a fact that a lot of people is not going to be able to deal with in these end times, in these end days. And I'm like, what? My money can't buy me out of this tribulation? How is that? You know, back in the day, I believe it was people that was trying to buy their way into the kingdom of heaven, or buy their way into it was some nonsense to where they wouldn't go to heaven or hell. They would just sin and they would try to purchase their way out of it. Like,
Hey,
that's
that's what they do in the Roman Catholic Church, man.
Exactly.
What they say, they go to the priest and they say, "Father, I have sinned," and they give him money to pay off their sins. And we know that's not factual.
Yeah, we know good and damn well that ain't how the Most High is rocking. You can't pay somebody. When the disciples hit the scene and the apostles, they was like, you know, I have neither money nor food. All I got is this word. You know, Christ even told us not to, when he told us to go preach the word, don't take nothing with you. Take the word, your brethren, man, maybe a little something to eat. You shouldn't even need that. You know, you work by the gospel. You should get paid by the gospel. The law says don't muzzle an ox when it worketh, you know. So you kind of got to be a little bit more salt and spiritual to understand what that's going into. That's Paul. But Mahar, you good yet?
I'm not. I'm trying to get it, man. But
see, look, when Jake laptop start breaking off, all hell break loose. We just got done talking about it.
Right.
He over there stumbling and fumbling, boy.
Hey, I'm having a problem. You said you was having. You said what was it? You couldn't get into the live stream or something. What'd you do after that?
Mine was my Wi-Fi. It wasn't connected right, and I had to switch it up. Basically, that was my problem.
You had to make a power play.
I had to make a power play quick.
All right. Hey, let's get 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, or 1 Thessalonians chapter 2.
Zion, grab that. Baba Kashar.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, grab it.
2 and what?
Start at the top.
Yeah. Well, this is 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1. For yourselves, brethren, know our entrance in unto you, that it was not in vain.
That's not what I want. Where you at? Go to 2 Thessalonians. Like you.
Yeah. So 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as the day of Hamashiach is at hand.
Hey, so he's kind of painting a picture. Hey, the coming of the Lord is coming. Make sure you're not being troubled. Make sure you're setting off certain things. Make sure you're cutting certain things. Make sure you're getting yourself in order. He said, don't be troubled, neither by the spirit, nor by word, nor by the letter as from us, as the day of the Lord is at hand. So he kind of get like telling you, hey, don't get too caught up in too much stuff. You know, the Lord is on his way. Make sure you being diligent in the things you're supposed to place diligence. Keep reading.
God, it says, verse 3, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first. And
hey, he said, don't let nobody deceive you. Don't let nobody deceive you. We can see, even let's just say this, hypothetical. Let's say we didn't have the Bible. We could still see Salakia. Okay, is you putting that right there for a second, or did I do that?
Man, that was an accident, Salakia.
Okay. Hey, so look. He said, okay, I was painting the hypothetical situation. A hypothetical situation. We don't have the Bible. That's the hypothetical situation. Even without the Bible, we can still see that the white man just ain't there. He ain't there. He ain't going to be there. You know, read verse 3 again.
God, verse 3, let no man deceive you by any means.
Don't let nobody trick you into thinking that he's good, that he's going to make it, that he's straight. Hey, the only way Esau is going to get any pity is if he's joined to an Israelite and he becomes his possession. Same thing with a woman. That's the only way. And even then, it's not looking too good. You know, it says, don't let nobody deceive you. Come on.
For that day shall not come except there come a falling away first.
What is he referring to as a falling away? It's going back to Jeremiah 17:4. That falling away is you being cut off from your nation, being cut off from your land, your heritage, your customs, the laws, the statutes, the commandments, you know, the promises, the covenant. That's you falling away from where you belong. But that has to happen. It had to be a falling away. Hey, the northern kingdom had to get cut off and brought into the fold. It had to be a falling away. Come on.
God. And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
Hey, Soldier Zion, look up perdition. It says there has to be a falling away, and the man of sin, he has to be revealed. He said he has to be revealed. Who is that talking about?
Did you want me to look it up in Google?
Yeah.
This is Google's definition of perdition. It says a state of eternal punishment and damnation into which a sinful or impatient person passes after death.
The son of perdition, he has to be revealed. Now, I don't know if I'm feeling that definition like that. That's all it got on that.
That is the definition of it. But what it's saying is, like, you know, first, he's the son of perdition. He's the one that brings chaos and hell upon the whole earth. Plus, if you read that definition one more time.
It says, this is Google definition of perdition. It says a state of eternal punishment and damnation into which a sinful or impatient person passes after death.
Hey, and that's exactly where he headed. And we're not talking, we know it's not talking about the lake of fire. We're talking about the situation that he's about to be in also. That's why he's the son of perdition, because he is the chief adversary. He is the chief nation that's about to catch the hell out of all nations.
So like, I read a word wrong. It says, and it's unpenittent persons passes after death. Slovakia.
Hey, so I just looked it up on a blue letter. It kind of hit my spirit a little bit more. Perdition says or means destroying, other destruction of vessels, a perishing, ruin, destruction of money, the destruction which consists of eternal misery in hell. You know, he's the son of perdition. He's the one who first put us through eternal misery, if you can kind of feel me. He's the one who did that, but now it's kind of a role reversal where he has to go through those things. That man has to be revealed. And he tell you that his skirt, America's skirt, is being lifted up, and we seeing all her secrets. That's the son of perdition being revealed. We starting to see what America is really about, and it's layers. It's layers and layers and layers of how wicked America really is. You know,
I got a precept.
Yeah, I thought you did. Go ahead, King.
Okay. This is Philippians 1:27. It says, only let your conversation be as it becometh the gospel of Christ, that whether I come and see you or else be absent, I may hear of your affairs, that ye stand fast in one spirit, with one mind, striving together for the faith of the gospel. So the context is the gospel. Verse 28, and in nothing terrified by your adversaries, which is to them an evident token of perdition. Now we went over token is just a code word for sign. We went over signs earlier. Signs show you things is going to happen. It says, which is to them an evident token of perdition, but to you of salvation, and that
of God. So the gospel to them is a plain upon tables, is destruction to them. You know, a black man's heaven is a white man's hell.
Mm.
You know, y'all can catch that on them if y'all seen that yet. But a black man's heaven is a white man's hell. So it's an evident token of perdition to them, but to us, salvation in that of God. And if you actually know what the gospel is, you can go read that in Isaiah 61, and it'll tell you what's gonna happen. It'll tell you how they're gonna serve us. You know, they gonna serve us as we have served them. But it's gonna be double that, you know. So that's all I had on that.
All right. Hey, let's keep going on this 2 Thessalonians, Baba Kashah.
God, verse 4, it says, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called God?
Hey, which man exalted himself above everyone and everything? Which man has that kind of pride? This is, hey man, the Bible is like, you got to connect the dots. The only way you're going to do that is if you go through and you read it and you study it. It says, he opposed and exalted himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. And now one of the brothers tonight actually elaborated on this. You got the dude in the temple, they call him Father, and he sit on the other side of the little closet, and he confesses sins to the white man or whoever it is, and he say, you know what, you forgiven. You have a man saying that he can forgive you for the sins that you committed against God. That's prideful. That's you exalting yourself and putting yourself on a status of what God is. Hey, give me Isaiah 14 real quick.
Yeah, I'm already here. I already got it.
Grab that.
Where you me start at?
Man, I want
I was gonna start at verse 12, but
all right, go ahead. If it's something else that I want to touch on, I'll go there.
All right, Con. So this is Isaiah 14 and 12. It says, how art thou fallen from heaven? And we know heaven is a kingdom-like position. It says, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? Right? Because we know who the only people who weaken the nations by the wine of the wrath of their philosophies and doctrines. You know, they push democracy on every country. It says, for thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. This is their objective. That's why they have the Guardian. This is why they try to make space stations, trying to figure out, use technology on how they can get into the fourth heaven. It says, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. What is that talking about? It's talking about North America. And in this situation right here, it's saying what it is saying in Babylon, but we know scriptures have more than one meaning, right? And then you read the next verse, it says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. If that's not what you wanted, I can drop down to something else.
No, that's what I wanted. It says, this is what Esau said in his mind. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. And that goes perfectly with what's going on in 2 Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter. Now, you brought up a beautiful point where it says, in the sides of the north. Soldier Zion, grab me Jeremiah chapter 16 and verse 11. Or Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 14. 14. and 14. I mean, excuse me, 16 and 14. Took a potty break. Oh, okay, you there. Hey, Zion, grab me Jeremiah 16.
I'm already here. It's cool.
All right,
So I went to the bathroom.
Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 14. Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 14. It says, "Therefore, behold, the days come, said the Lord, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt."
Come
It
on.
says, God, but the Lord liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north.
What
It
is
says,
that
and
supposed
from
to? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So me?
You want me to finish it, or you want to touch on
You
it?
can finish it. You can finish it.
God, it says, and from all the lands, whether he had driven them, and I will bring them again into the land that I gave unto their fathers.
Hey, so he said, now this is famous. Us being delivered out of Egypt is famous. Everyone knows this story. Everyone knows about this. Everyone knows that he delivered us out of the land of Egypt. He parted the Red Sea for us. Man, we walked out of that thing, man, singing and dancing. And eventually we went into the land of Canaan and dwelt there. Everyone knows that. Just how famous that is, us being delivered out of the hands of the Egyptians, is going to be just as famous, even more famous. It's going to be talked about even more when we're delivered out of the land of the north. What is that going into, though? Is that really talking about, a little bit above Israel? Is it really talking about that? Babylon? Now you got to understand that the scriptures are twofold. Hey, that province, everyone knows about it, but you got to understand how spiritual this book is. And man, we can go to more precepts, and we might have to do it, man. We might have to do it. Hey, that land of the north that is talking about America. You got to have ears to hear, though. You kind of got to study a little bit. You got to be in tune with the spirit a little bit. Right? You got a precept?
Yeah, it's cool though. You want Thessalonians, or you want to?
Nah, I want to grab this other one. Say something real quick. It's
All right, Ron, go ahead. If you ain't got nothing, I do got something.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, comes. So we just read, the brother just expounded on how we was going to be delivered. He said it's famous, us being delivered out of Egypt. Everybody knows this story, but it says that he's going to bring us out of the land of the north also. And this is what's going to make us. It's another famous event that's going to happen. And it tells us that in Zephaniah 3:19, it says, "Behold, at the time I will undo all that afflict thee." And us being delivered out of the land of the north is the Most High taking us out of this slavery, this bondage, them afflicting us. It says, "And I will save her that halteth, and gather her that was driven out." And we know Jeremiah 6:4, we're likened unto a delicate woman. It says, "And gather her that was driven out into all nations." We just read that in Jeremiah 16. "And I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame." So it's going to be another famous act that the Lord is going to perform. And then it also says, "And that time will I bring you again, even in the time that I gather you, for I will make you a name and a praise among all people of the earth, when I turn back your captivity before your eyes, said the Lord." So he's putting a stamp on it. He says, just sit back and watch me work. Hey, and that's something we got to do. Just sit back and watch the Most High God do it. He's going to do it. He did it in Egypt. He's going to do it again.
God. Hey, I'm going to grab this precept in Zechariah chapter 2. And I'm going to start at verse 6. And I want everybody to pay close attention and to eat this up. So this is Zechariah chapter 2 and verse 6.
You want me to get it?
Yeah, Baba Kashab.
God. So this is Zechariah chapter 2, verse 6.
And Officer Aharon, can you get Revelation 18:4 again?
God, Zechariah 2:6. It says, "Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north."
It said, do what?
Flee from the land of the north.
Hold on. Let's not speed past that. It says, flee from the land of the north. Aharon, are you there?
Khan, Revelation 18 and what?
4.
Khan, this is Revelation chapter 18 and verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not her plagues.
It says, come out of her. Flee from her. It's saying the same thing because you don't want to get caught up with her. If you caught up, in the law, the adulteress and the adulterer, if they get caught committing adultery, what happens?
Death by stoning.
They get put to death. That's why he's saying flee from her, come out of her, or you're going to be a partaker of her sins. You're going to get put to death. Flee from her, come out of her. Come on.
God. You want the 18 and 4 or what?
2 and 6.
God, 2 and 6. Start from the top. Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, said the Lord. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of heaven, said the Lord.
Hey, I spread you out across the four corners of the earth. Come on.
God, it says, deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon.
It says, deliver thyself. Come out of her. Get away from that. Come out of her. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So we have the land of the north and the daughter of Babylon synonymous with each other in these two verses. Now in Revelation, what is America referenced as?
Babylon.
The whore.
Babylon.
Oh.
Hey, the daughter of Babylon. Hey, give me Psalms. What is it? Psalms. And what is it? 137.
What you looking for, God?
It's talking about
Oh yeah, it's 137 and start at verse 7. Dashing their kids against the stone.
Yeah. Grab that, and I'm gonna grab this in First Ezra because you got to be able to link it up.
Psalms 137.
Psalms 137. Officer Aharon, get First Ezra chapter 4. First Ezra chapter 4 and 45.
So Psalms 137
and 7.
7. This is Psalms 137 verse 7. It says, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom.
Remember who?
The children of Edom.
So he's saying, remember her. Come on.
In the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
Now what's going on? And we was having our own battle with the Babylonians, but the Edomites came and said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. They wanted to put their hand in stuff that they didn't have business doing. Now, the Lord already got onto them once for that, stopping us in the way. When we getting out of Egypt, that's them putting their hands in stuff they ain't got no business touching. Come on.
Verse 8.
So and the word raise it means destroy it.
And what was they trying to destroy, King?
The temple. And everything in it.
Come on, Zion.
Verse 8. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed.
He said, O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed. Read that again all the way from the top.
This is verse 7 or 8.
From the top.
This is Psalms 137 verse 7. It says, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us.
Hey, now we got to understand something on a spiritual level. Hey, Donnie Stone in the spirit a little bit. Now we got to understand something. Hey, Captain DeBar, what does Ezekiel 16 and 44 say?
Is that as is the mother, so is the daughter?
Bingo. As is the mother, so is the daughter. Now we know who the Babylonians are. Now Esau has characteristics of the Babylonians. So Esau is known as the daughter of Babylon on a spiritual level. more treacherous, more
Salakia.
vile. Go ahead.
Hey, and the word, if you go in the Bible dictionary, the word Babylon means confusion. So that's what you was going over earlier when you was like, you can't figure out what the truth is. You got all these different religions and doctrines and philosophies. That's the whole point, is to confuse you. Just like ancient Babylon, they had hundreds of different gods that they were serving.
How Edom is referenced as the daughter of Babylon. Now, Aharon, I had you grab First Ezra 4:45. You got that?
Yeah. This is First Ezra chapter 4:45. It says, "Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple, which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees."
It says that thou hast vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees. Now you got to understand that the Chaldees are just another name for the Babylonians. Now, when we getting besieged and we getting made desolate by the damn Babylonians, here comes Esau. Raise it, destroy it. Let me burn the temple down. Look, I'll be a trenchman. Let me be there for you, King. That's Esau. You know, he's putting his hands on stuff he ain't have no business doing. Now, I want y'all actually to put that in your bag. You're going to need that. First Ezra 4:45. You're going to need that to link that up with Psalms one day. Now, Captain DeBar, give me that in Revelation 17 if you're not already there.
Yeah, I'm already here. What verse? You may get 5?
Where you see fit, wherever you see fit.
Gone. I'm gonna start at 4. It says, "And the woman was arrayed in purple," and we know the woman is talking about America. It's this the woman is the one that sits on the beast, the system, European nations, the NATO, National Atlantic Treaty Organization. It says, "And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication." Right?
Hold on. Let's deal with some of that. Let's talk about some of that. It says, "And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color." Now, both of those colors is important. If you know anything about your nation, you know that both of those colors is royal colors. Scarlet meaning a royal red, and then purple. Purple has always been royal. I believe, I don't know if it was a what is that called? Zion, you just said the word earlier. You said it was something. You said you was gonna look it up. It's like where I can't remember.
Perdition.
Nah, something else. It's something else. Anyways, basically an article. That's what I was thinking of. An article. I think I seen it on an article. It was like if you got caught wearing the color purple, and you wasn't of royalty, you wasn't of that bloodline, or you wasn't actually set up in a royal place, and you got caught wearing purple, you could actually get put to death. The color purple was worth a lot because of how long it took to actually make that color. Like on the coast of Tyre and Sidon, that's part of how they got they notoriety. You see Tyre and Sidon all throughout the Bible, and they was known for buying and selling. Now, if you was here earlier in the class, we put a precept down in Sirach, chapter 27. I believe the second verse, it tells you that sin sticketh close to buying and selling. Now, Tyre and Sidon, they was known, it was like a trading place. Men would go to Tyre and Sidon to trade, to buy, to sell. Now, one of the things Tyre and Sidon was known for was the murex snail. Now, if you look up the murex snail, it'll tell you that the ancient Phoenicians of that land, it took hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of that snail to produce the color purple because they had the purple dye on them. That's just a little bit of information if y'all want to get into that. That's why the color purple was so valuable, because it was hard to get your hands on. So if you got caught with that, you would get in trouble. Now, I say all of this to say, why is it saying that the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet? She decks herself out in them things that cost a lot. Sin stick close to those things. You know, it's nothing new under the sun. The things that was back then is now. Go ahead, King.
God, and oh, okay.
I got a quick precept. This is Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2. If you know anything about it, this is going into the wicked. This is Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 and verse 7. It says, let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass by us. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, for this is our portion, and our lot is this. So Esau tries to put on this kind of facade. Basically, they fill themselves with costly array, and they look beautiful, and this, that, and the third, because that's how they play the game. You know, that's how you play the game. They deep down this wicked and evil demon and devil, but on the outside, it's like, damn, you know, you think that Esau, you think that the white man actually did some good in the world, but if you go back through history, he's never done anything good. You can go look that up. He hasn't done anything actually good, anything profitable. All he does is conquer, destroy, rape, murder, you know, but yet he decks himself out in purple. He decks himself out in scarlet. He's the businessman, you know, he got the suit and the tie, and, you know, he looks like he's ready for work. And this is what an American standard man is supposed to look like. But yet he's a liar, an adulterer, a murderer, a sinner, you know, and that's what that's going into. Go ahead, King.
Hey, real quick before he grab his, before we go back and kind of dissect 17 and 4 in Revelation, because it's a lot to be said in Revelation. Now, we had talked about the colors and kind of where you get those colors and the importance of it, but it's a little, we just scratched the surface. Now, Aharon did a beautiful job of kind of telling you that's what a whorish woman do. She buys the Gucci, the Prada, the Versace, you know, the red bottoms, and she deck herself. And she got the little, what's that, the fishnet, and you can see her nipples through the shirt. That's what America is. She decking herself with the expensive, the fine linen. Now here in Proverbs chapter 7, verse 15, I'm gonna start at 16. Now, if you know this chapter, you know that this is going into it's talking about a woman and what she does when the good man is not home. On the spiritual level, we know that it's going into that wine. You gotta have ears. Verse 16 says, I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry and with carved works, with fine linen of Egypt. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with love. For the good man is not at home. He is gone a long journey. He had taken a bag of money with him and will come home at the day appointed. It says, with her much fair speech, she caused him to yield. With the flattering of her lips, she forced him. He goeth after her straightway as an ox goeth to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasteth to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. Hearken unto me now, therefore, O ye children, and attend to the words of my mouth. Let not thine heart decline to her ways. Go not astray in her paths, for she hath cast down many wounded. Yea, many strong men have been slain by her. Her house is the way to hell, goeth down to the chambers of death. Now, all of this is spiritual as hell. And you gotta be kind of in the loop to understand what is going on. Yes, these things happen on a physical level, but what is Solomon really saying? All of these things is on a spiritual level. She says she decked her bed, she got the fine linen, she got the carvings of Egypt. Look, it smelled like cinnamon. It smelled like honey in here. It says, with her flattering of words, she caused that man to stop, caused him to fall off, caused him to yield, you know. Then it goes on to say, she said, this is what she said: come, let us take our fill of love, you know. Let's commit this fornication. Let's do this. The good man is not a home. Hey, the Most High God. Hey, what is saying, Revelation King? I know you got this precept, Captain. It says, for you know he haveth but a short time.
God, that's Revelation 12.
Could you grab that real quick for me?
I got a precept after you.
All right, Khan.
God, this is Revelation chapter 12 and 12. It says, therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he have but a short time.
Hey, so she know that she only got a short time to kind of get you where she wants you, because the good man ain't there. So she's spitting that game to you, you know, trying to get you to fall off. Hey, man, if you take the bait and you fall for what America is pushing out, it said it's like the gates of hell. Hey, real quick, Officer Aharon, what you know, that brother that fell out of truth, he said the world just got to me. Man, if you become like that brother,
Yeah, that was bugged out.
the world just got to me. Man, if you let her get you like that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Just hearing that, just hearing a brother actually saying, bro, I don't know, the world just got to me. Bro, this truth ain't nothing to play with. It ain't nothing to play with. We see brothers come and fall out of truth like flies, bro, dropping like flies left to right. You know,
Mighty brothers too, man.
brothers who deep, brothers
Man.
who actually have the understanding, who got prophecies in a bag, who know the breakdowns, who can teach the breakdowns, and they still, the Most High God, he made Solomon fall, man. You know, if he can make Solomon fall and to go off like that, no one is safe. No one. Officer Aharon, it's on you though, King. Salakia.
Kind going back to what you were just pulling out about the whore. The whore does all that for what? To get you. She uses all that to trap you up and to snare you and to get, you know, it's all about getting one over on you, you know, and that's the same way America does. They paint themselves like they just great and they want everybody to come here. Why? So they can get over on you on their system, so they can overtax you, so you can give them more money, this, that, and the third. But this is not Sirach. This is Second Ezra 16 and 49. It says, like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman. And that's all I need to read on that. It tells you that a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman. And America envies us. They envy the Hebrew Israelites. They want to be us. Why do you think they have Jewish people? Why do you think they over there? You know, they are a whore, but they envy us. They want to be us. They want to be just like us. Everything we do, they want to do it. They say, no, that's not your God. That's our God. You know, that's not your customs. That's our customs. We brought you the Bible. You know, that's what they coming with. But they just so envious of us because they know that we are the true sons of the Most High God, and they hate us for it. They can't stand it. It hurts them every time they hear us say it. But you know, all praises to the Most High God for it. But go ahead, King.
All I was going to say is that, can you read that verse one more time?
This is Second Ezra chapter 16 and 49. It says, like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman.
Now, the Most High God said right here in Jeremiah 6 and 2, he said, I have likened the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. A lot of times in the scriptures, you will see the whole nation being referenced as a woman because he looks at us and he has that kind of love for us. Hey, we married to the Lord. And these other whores and harlots, they envious, they jealous, and they want our position. They want to be the Most High God's wife, but it can't happen like that.
Salakia Khan, that's just like an everyday example where a sister get a brother, and then a harlot or somebody else, they they try to come up with scenarios and they try to come up with this and that, and just to go tell the man, like, yeah, well, she did this, right? That's all the nations going to the Most High, like, well, they were sinning. We got them in sin. Look at them. They nothing. Why are you dealing with them?
Accuser of our brethren. That's what it said in Revelation.
Kind. But it's as simple as that. Go ahead, King.
Hey, Salakia, let's go back to Revelation 17:4. So we barely tapped the surface of that verse, man.
Hey, I'm gonna start off where you the colors. I'm gonna start off from the middle.
Okay,
God, it says, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication.
Why does it say that? It said a golden what, King?
A golden cup.
Now,
Salakia.
It says a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. Hey, now we know that gold is desirable. It looks good. It's precious. It's expensive. It has a lot of value. Now, Yahweh Shabi, man, he was spitting. He had some cold teachings. He told you, make sure you clean the inside of the cup first, and then make the outside clean. Now, Babylon, the outside of America is clean. It looks good. It's the place to be. Everyone wants to come to America. But when you get to America, you start seeing how unclean it really is. That's what's really going on in America. That's that cup. Real quick, go ahead.
Khan, this is Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 7. It says, Babylon hath been a golden cup in the Lord's hand, that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad.
He said Babylon, and we know Babylon tenfold is America. He said Babylon has been a golden cup, and everyone who takes a drink out of that cup takes a drink of wine, man, of wicked juice.
I got what that wine is.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, Kyle, so, go ahead.
Oh, Salakia, man, my bad.
Nah, you got it. Heat up.
God, this is Revelation chapter 14 and 8. It says, and there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So that's what it's dealing with, fornication. Homosexuality, bestiality, and the brothers was just going over that. America promotes that. And the most important thing is idolatry.
Let me grab that, King.
Wisdom of Solomon?
Yeah, I gotta grab that. It's right here. Salakia. No, it's like 14 or 16. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 12. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 12 says, for the devising of idols, meaning the making of idols, the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them, the corruption of life. Once you start going into idolatry and committing spiritual fornication, it literally corrupts. It corrupts you. It corrupts your mind. It corrupts your actions. It corrupts everything, man. And that's what America is. They try and get you to commit that spiritual fornication. That's why she's known as a whore,
And everybody serves Jesus, which means hail Zeus, man. A Greek god. Fornication.
Right. They got you worshiping Caesar. Hey, what our people say? We have no king but Caesar. And that's all, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's all they really good for.
Yo, that's actually crazy though. The fact that the picture of so-called Jesus is the man named Caesar Borgia, and then in the scriptures they say we have no king but Caesar. That's spiritual. The Most High cold for that one, boy. That he cold. I know he cold, but he remind me how cold he is. Like, God, he cold.
Hey, the fact that he can make scriptures mean 2 and 3 different meanings, man, that is crazy. Like how he did Babylon, how we're going over the ancient, we're using ancient Babylon scriptures and we're linking it to the new Babylon. The same doctrines they had, the same philosophies, democracies, all of that, man, is still applying till today in a whole nother kingdom.
Right.
And also you know, earth and plants and animals and wind and then the rocks and stones and all this stuff, how they react and how it lines up with the scriptures.
God, you want me to finish this?
Where you at?
17 and 5.
Oh yeah, let me go back over there.
Because you know 5 was the point where it's going into Babylon.
Con. All right, so you just said the golden cup and yeah, 5. Go ahead, King.
God, so Revelation 17:5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
It says, and upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon. And why is it written like that? Mystery Babylon, because a lot of people for a long time, hey, look, it says the son of perdition, the man of sin, it got to be revealed. And that dark saying, that dark sentence, these things is, hey, like Aharon said, it's starting to put light on it. Men are shedding light on it. It's not really a mystery no more, man. We in the loop now. We know who this is talking about. You know, we know what the 10 horns is going into. We know what the 12 feathers is about. You know, we know about what Daniel was saying. Hey, what'd he say? It's a joke. He said, if one more brother say Chief Keef ain't this, Chief Keef ain't that.
This guy.
You know, it says Mystery Babylon, the great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And all of these other nations, they taking a sip, they taking another sip. They say, hey, look, they starting to tarry too long at the wand. They going to miss one.
Hey, Salakia, you know what happens when brothers get together and they start drinking wine, you start to, you get mad and you start to fight. And that's what's finna happen. Everybody's getting tired of Babylon juice. They tired of this, And Jeremiah also spoke it at himself. He said, all nations, gather your bow and shoot and point your arrows at Babylon. Now, I need to grab that.
Hey, I gotta grab one too, man. Where you going to Jeremiah 50?
Yeah.
Oh, Con, you in the spirit.
I'll get it if you want me to.
Hey, Mahar, go to 2nd Ezra 15:20.
Con, I got you.
That should be right. Con. This is Jeremiah 50:29. It says, call together the archers against Babylon. All ye that bend the bow, camp against it round about. Let none thereof escape. It says, let none thereof escape. It says, recompense her according to her work, according to all that she hath done. Do unto her, for she hath been proud against the Lord, against the Holy One of Israel. So that's exactly what we finna see here. I don't know. I can't put nothing on it, but it's coming soon. You always see on the movie theaters and whatnot, such and such coming soon. Well, Babylon is falling, coming soon. Exclamation.
What did the bar say? Hood near you?
Yeah, coming soon to a hood near you. They said, let none of them escape. Why? For she hath been proud against the Lord, against the Holy One of Israel, because of what they do to the blacks, Hispanics, and natives. Because they say that they are God. They say they've been to the moon. They say they've been to the heavens. They got the Most High Son painted as some faggot. That's just blasphemy. That's lies. That's vanity. Y'all know, I believe in Jerusalem, that's the capital of the that's like damn near the head of the LGBTQ whatever movement. You know that, right?
Right. They got it's called Pink City.
Yeah. They the leaders of that of the movement. in Jerusalem.
That makes perfect sense.
It make all the sense in the world, King. But that's
The
why,
gay mafia.
yeah, the gay mafia. But all these nations are getting tired of America. They're getting tired of this juice that they keep drinking, these lies that they keep saying, blaming it on somebody else. No, we're not gonna go to war. Let's sign a peace treaty. Let's sign this treaty. No, we're not gonna shoot our nukes. We may shoot these missiles, but we ain't gonna shoot nukes. We're not gonna do this, but we're gonna do that. They keep breaking promises. We seen it from the beginning how they covenant breakers. They've been breaking covenants from the beginning. It ain't nothing new. And guess what? Everybody finna bend that bow, and then nukes is finna pop off. Satan 1 and Satan 2 coming. What you gonna do in that time? What brothers gonna do in that? The scriptures say, let none escape. You got to be with the Most High God. But you got that second address? That should be what I want.
15 and 20.
Yeah.
Second Esdras, chapter 15 and verse 20. Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Lebanon, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them.
So, Khan, the Most High is going to gather all the kings of the earth to reverence him. Are they going to actually reverence the Most High and be like, oh God, we repent, this, that, and the third? No. How they going to reverence the Most High God? By going to war with each other, killing each other. We don't got an army. We don't have no army. We don't got, the shield of David on our shoulders and an army. So what is the Most High going to do? He going to use these other nations' army. He going to do just like in the time of Moses. Sit back and watch salvation of the Lord. You don't have to do nothing. Just sit back and watch it. Watch me work. This ain't about y'all. Watch me work. Y'all came back to me. Y'all done y'all part. Watch my son and me go to work on these heathen. And that's that. All we got to do is preach the word. All we got to do is read. That's it. We just read books. That's how powerful this book is. We are just reading and all hell breaking loose. Once niggas start reading, all hell break loose. Niggas ain't been reading for generations. Nothing happened. Generations after generations, nothing happened. We pick up the Bible though. Oh hell, we finna go to war. Gas is fucking going away. Excuse my language, Salakia. Gas going away. Is food shortages, ice storms, COVID-19 hit. Is vaccines. All we did was read. That's it. That's all it takes. That's the power of our God, though. Go ahead, King. Salakia.
DeBar, you got something?
God, I got a precept. I'll make it short.
Right.
So I'm gonna read verse 5. Revelation 17 and 5 again. It says, and upon her forehead was a name written. And the first thing it says is mystery, right? It says Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So it was like the brother said, it was a mystery for the longest time who this place was and what was the objective of understanding what's going to happen, right? So now that we understand it, let me get this precept right quick. So I can give me 1 second. I had it already. But... All right. So this is Colossians chapter 1 and 26. It says, even the mystery which had been hid from ages and from generations, but now is made manifest to his saints. So not only the mysteries of the gospel and what the gospel actually is, but everything else also, us actually knowing who this mystery Babylon the Great is by dealing with Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel telling us about the old Babylon, and also us using Job 11 and 6, bringing this forth to the new Babylon and putting it all together. Right, this is the mystery that was revealed to the saints, the Israelites, and we're bringing it out. That's all I had thought. Do you want me to keep going on that or no?
So I want you to give me Psalms chapter 11 and verse 6. And so Zion, go back to Revelations 18, and you can start at like verse 4 or 5. Let me see where I want you to start at. I want you to start you can start at 4, but I'm gonna have you go down to like 6.
This is Revelation 18:4.
Hold on,
It
I want
says,
Psalms first. I want Psalms first.
God, this is Psalms chapter 11 and 6. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and in horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup.
Hold on, man. What's up with all these cups? You know, this golden cup, the golden city in Isaiah 14. And we know Isaiah 14, it goes back to Babylon, but we know that them things is talking about the daughter of Babylon too. It says, "Oh, how I believe it says how the golden city have ceased, like came to an end. You know, it was made desolate." Now, read that again.
God, verse 6. Verse 6. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and in horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup.
Now, the cup that our enemies are taking themselves with is that golden cup filled with all kind of abominations. That's what it's saying in Revelation. Now, the portion that you get at the end of the day, meaning the judgment, and he said fire, brimstone, that's the portion of their cup. Now, let's go to Revelation 18, and we're going to start at verse 4.
Con, this is Revelation 18:4. It says, "And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues.
Come on.
For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities."
Hey, all of the things that these other nations have done, the Most High God isn't just going to overlook those things. Hey, he told you in Second Maccabees how he deals with us. I believe it's second. It might be first. Maybe the 6th chapter. I'll get it in a second because this is actually a really good precept to pull. I believe it's Second Maccabees. But he's not going to just overlook them. Hey, Officer Aharon, can you grab me that sentence against an evil work real quick? I want to grab it quick. It's Ecclesiastes 8 and 11, I think.
So this is Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 11. It says, "Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil."
So one thing about evil, a lot of times when you do evil things, you don't get judged for it immediately. So when people have that understanding, like, I can get away with it, their minds are fully persuaded and compelled to do the evil because they don't have to pay for the consequences immediately. Now, this is much like how Esau is. This is how all the other nations is. And even us ourselves, the nation of Israel, we do these things too. Right? That's some real stuff right there. Zion, keep reading on that. Baba Kasha.
Con, this is Revelation 18 and verse 6. "Reward her even as she rewarded you."
Hey, the Most High God is saying, reward the daughter of Babylon as she rewarded you. Let's think. Let's brainstorm real quick. How did Esau reward us? Did the daughter of Babylon ever just reward us with good things?
No.
What did they reward us with?
Where you want me to start?
Where do I want you to start? Let's start with the different atrocities of slavery.
God, you got lynchings, you got them breeding us, taking our children, hanging us, yokes of iron. They was feeding our babies to alligators. They was actually using our skin as like leather. You know that? They was using our skin for different types of fabrics and whatnot. It's just all terrible. They treated us like animals. We were in zoos. They called us animals. They spit on us. treated us as if we were not God's people when we really are, you know. It's just a multitude of things. They would tie us up, basically. Say you got 2 horses, they would tie your feet to one horse and your hands to the other horse, and they would have the horses take off full speed. That way they would split your body in half.
Right. The horses that take off in opposite sides and split your body into 2. Hey, another thing that I can think of, they have white tar all around our whole body and catch us on fire, or dip us in feathers after. You know what tar is? It's like that sticky black stuff.
Yep.
They would put feathers all around our bodies and then set flame to it. You know, that's a different kind of torture. Hey, look at this. You right on the head. That's the Levi symbol. You actually see that on the Levi brand. Hey, but think about the atrocities when they're actually setting in their plan to put the man behind the woman, where they go in, take the strongest black man and rape him in front of everybody. Little kids can see it and hear it. Think about that.
And it's not like that this was a here and there thing, what he's saying right now. This was literally a system that was set up to break the households, like the brother said. Like it was literally like, it was like a tradition that they did that to the man. That's how perverse and, like you just read, vile they are.
Salakia. So I actually got this book, right? It's called When I Was a Slave, and it was an account of first generation slaves that got free, right? And so like you said, they didn't get reparation. This is one dude talking, you know, the 40 acres and a mule. This is his account on that. He said, that old story about 40 acres and a mule, it makes me laugh. They sure did tell us that, but I never known any person which got it. So that, you know what I'm saying, they're lying. And also there's another account, right? And it's talking about the torture, right? So it says, this is another slave, and he's talking about what his master used to do. He said he'll sell a man here and the woman there, and if they're child, he'll sell them someplace else. So he'll separate the kids. He'll never, you know, he never had enough mercy to sell a kid with their actual parents, right? But it gets worse. It says, he said, oh, Satan in torment couldn't be no meaner that what he and old Polly was to they slaves. Salakia is they write it how actually they talked, but this is the main point I'm saying. He said he'll chain up a N-word up to whip him and rub salt and pepper on him, like he said, to season him up. So that's just one of the accounts of what the slave said. They used to whip them and actually put salt and pepper on them, and then say to season them up.
Hey, and you know, salt, that makes the cut or the wound burn real bad. So not only to season them, it was actually to like torture them.
Hey, look at this real quick. Here go to Levi. The Levi symbol. I don't know if y'all can see that real good. It kind of got a little glare on it, but you should be able to see that. So the one on top is kind of showing you what it looked like now, but the one on bottom is that's really what's going on. You got the little baby right there, and you got 4 horses pulling apart each one of his limbs. You know, so that's kind of what that's going into. Hey, Officer Aharon.
God, you want me to go over Hadron?
Yeah.
Emperor Hadron. So Emperor Hadron is an emperor over Rome after 70 AD. We already know the siege of 70 AD. But after this, he had killed I believe it was either 50,000 Jews or 500,000 Jews. Yep. In 135 AD, Roman Emperor Hadrian had another 500,000 Jews massacred. And also, when he had massacred us, he had kicked us out of Jerusalem. And when he had kicked us out of Jerusalem, he made it to where that we couldn't even look at Jerusalem. He made sure that we were so far away that we couldn't even look at our home at our nation, at our own land, basically. So when everybody was talking about how they kicking the Israelites out of the land today, it's nothing new under the sun. They've been doing this. They've been kicking us out of Jerusalem. This ain't nothing new. Just like during the time of Emperor Hadrian, he kicked us out to where we couldn't even look at our own land no more. He was so merciless. And he actually went down as a great emperor. To them, he's a great noble man. He kicked them damn Jews out. He got them out of here. He killed them. That's a great man. But to us, we see him as the devil. We see him as the adversary, Hashatan. And that's just it's so many more things that this man has done. Not Hadrian, the white man, Edom, Idumea, Esau, the devil. Is so many things that he has done to where we gotta get back now. Like the song say, is the big payback. We gotta get the big payback. And like I was gonna say revolution. Like Revelation say, we're not even just gonna reward her. We're gonna reward her double.
Khan.
Go ahead.
Khan. That's why I had us spark up everything kind of so everybody can get in that mentality. Basically kind of rev up y'all spirit, stir up y'all spirit, and see we barely scratching the surface of what they did to us. Honestly, scratching the surface of what they did to us. We could go deeper down in history, and we can come up here in the present time. Hey, I was just talking about this, or I might have been thinking it. How they doing the young, the children. They don't have no pity towards the elderly or the young. Think about how they the propaganda, the shows, and how they indoctrinate kids with these shows. You got a little kid watching his favorite TV show, and in the midst of it, you got LGBTQ community stuff, popping up. It's all kind of stuff. The IKM is showing me all kind of stuff. What's really going on in these shows? Taking advantage of them, trying to get them while they're young.
Hey, and that's exactly what they're doing. Because when you're young, when you're a babe, you don't know nothing. So everything you see and hear, you soak it up and you remember it. You're a sponge. You're so vulnerable during that time. It's so easy to manipulate your mind. It's so easy to. You can create. That's why back in the day, a lot of soldiers would create their soldiers and their men and valiant men. They would start when they're young. They would train them up. The scriptures say, train up a child in the way he shall go, and he will not depart. Because that's all he knows. That's all he was stuck to. So now what they're doing, they got the gay BCs. I don't know if anybody ever heard of that. It's called the gay BCs. They got stuff on commercials and TV where they, like he said, you got gay parents now. Brother, a big strong black brother got on red lipstick.
It's a show right now called Modern Family.
Yep.
Modern Family. The Modern Family is this two faggots, two men raising a little girl.
No, exactly what you're talking about.
Called Modern Family.
Yeah.
How the hell does that work?
The show is called Modern Family.
Hey, nowadays, if you go around and you like, say you got a kid and you like, yeah, he a boy. Somebody arguing with you and be like, no, he hasn't decided his gender yet. You don't get to decide that. I hope somebody come up to me and say that. I pray to God somebody come up to me and say that.
Hey, that's a spiritual test right there. Because I don't know what
I pray to God somebody come up to me and say that and see if I don't go grab my carnal weapon. I don't know. Like that would bug me out so much. Like, yo, what do you mean he ain't decided his gender? That's what Babylon is about. Babel literally means confusion, and that's all it is. Because the Most High is not the author of confusion. He give you something between your legs to let you know you're a boy or you're a girl. Simple, easy. 1 + 1 is 2. But in Babylon, 3 + 3 is 74. You don't know what the hell going on. You're like, what? What do you mean he ain't? What? I don't get it. Go ahead, King.
To the third remainder.
Hey, 2 + 2 equals 666.
Yeah,
Right. To
wickedness.
the third remainder.
Right. To the third. So
Just
like,
creating stuff, man.
right.
Just winging it, and that's all they doing is just winging it. And it's like our people eating it up. We make it look good. We make it look so good. Everybody else want to do it. Everybody follows us, and we follow the damn devil. How is that? Go ahead.
Hey, Zion, you still at Revelation?
Con.
Read verse 6 real quick.
Con, this is Revelation 18, verse 6. It says, reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works. And the cup which she had filled to her double.
Hey, it says, reward her even as she rewarded you. So all of the things that we could just think of off the top of our head, literally off the top, on the fly. You seen what the IQM was cooking up. You seen this was all on the fly, all of the things that we could just think of in the moment of what they did. And we're not even talking about everybody. We're talking about just us. Now, if we start talking about what they did to all of the other nations, man, it'd be no end to this. But what she did to us, it says we're going to give her double according to her works. It says in the cup which she had filled to her double. So all of the things that they put us through, physically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, we're going to fill that cup up till it can't be filled no more. And then we're going to grab a whole nother cup. A whole nother cup. And fill that thing up to the brim. Amen. It's going to be overflowing. Let me grab this in 2 Maccabees. Watch this, King. 2 Maccabees, man. 2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 12. It says, now I beseech those that read this book that they be not discouraged for these calamities, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction, but for a chastening of our nation. So he's letting you know, hey, all of these things that we going through, don't be discouraged. All of the things that we go through is just to discipline us. It's just to purify us. You know, all of them unwanted things that's not supposed to be in our temple. Hey, look, he just purifying them things, getting them out of there. You feel me? It says they're not for our destruction, but it's for the chastening of our nation to build us up stronger. Verse 13. 13. For it is a token, and remember what a token is. We went through this 3 times tonight, but this will be the third. A token is just a sign. It says the things that we go through, the chastening of our nation, is just a token. It's just a sign of his great goodness. When wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. So in our nation, the wicked doers, they get punished. They not suffered to keep doing it for generation. Hey, look, our forefathers go off. Boom. Okay, well, we're going to have the Assyrians pull up on you, and y'all going to be in captivity. Forefathers keep going off. Boom. All right, well, the Babylonians finna take away the southern kingdom. Keep going off. Boom. The Persian and Medes, y'all still look, y'all thugging. You know, the Greeks pulling up soon. Roman, he chastening us. He's on point with it. But watch what the next verse say. For not as with other nations. With the other nations, he don't punish them on the point. He don't punish them on cue. He let their sins double up. He let their sins triple up. He let their cup fill up. It says, For not as with other nations whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish. So with us, hey, like my son, when I have a son, my son go off, I'm on his bumper, like, hey, don't do that. Don't touch that. That's hot. Boom, boom, boom. I'm on his bumper. Well, somebody else kid, a damn heathen, I'm like, man, let that nigga get burned. I ain't tripping. Do whatever. I don't care. You're not mine. I don't care. But if you touch mine, then I'm going to get you. It says, for not as with other nations whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they be come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. So he dealeth with us. We think as terrible, because this is how Jake feel. And if it's not one thing, it's another, man. We always got something to deal with. It's always something, man. It's always something. With the other nations, it's really nothing going on. They got their little problem, but they don't have nothing on a large level like our nation do. They might have their little problems in their day, but we have big problems in our life, in our generations, in our nation. You feel me? The Most High God said he patiently waits to punish them when they at the fullness of their sins. Now Esau's cup is at the height of his sins, and then he has to take a whole punishment. I would rather take my punishment piece by piece. You want to know why? Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna keep reading. Verse 15 says, for the end of 14 says, till they become to the fullness of their sin, so dealeth he with us, lest that being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us. And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us. And though he punish with adversity, yet doth he never forsake his people. So how he deals with us, he gives us a little piece at a time. And when you give a little piece at a time, you're able to bear that punishment. Now, the other nations, when you got a whole judgment, you're not able to deal with that. You're not able to bear that. There's nowhere you can run. There's nothing you can do with it. It's nothing you can do with it. So I'm going to take mine cheerfully, like it says in Sirach chapter 2. It says, whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a lower state. Right? Sirach chapter 2 and 4. But the other nations, he lets them get away with so much. They don't really get away with it, but they get away with it for a longer period of time, so he can give them a full punishment, a full judgment, life sentence, Who got something? I think it's Officer Alron.
Yeah, I got something too.
Yeah, real quick, going back to what you were saying about the other nations, they don't really got too much stuff going on, not how we got stuff going on. This is Psalm 73 and 1. It says, truly God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone, my steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. It says, for there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. So, David is telling you right here, his feet almost slipped. He almost went off. He almost stumbled. He almost fell. Why? Because he was envious at the foolish. He was envious at the foolish when he saw the prosperity of the wicked. David is like, damn, how are they prospering? How are they able to, do all this stuff? Like, that's kind of the same spirit that Ezra came with, Measure our wickedness, Lord. Measure our wickedness against theirs. You'll see that there's no one that keeps their precepts except us. But why are we in captivity? Why are we at a lower state? Why are we in such a manner? Why are we treated like this? They were envious at the foolish, and because they seen the prosperity of the wicked. But just like the brother broke down, they haven't got their punishment. Only we got our punishment. And we got to deal with that. That just is what it is. You know, he already gave the breakdown on the son thing. You're not finna whoop nobody else, kid. You just, man, well, you gone, dude. I don't even really care about you. But my son, nah, you know, relax. That's not how it's going down.
Hey, real quick. Hey,
Go
Captain,
ahead.
can I add to his words and then you can take yours?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So this is Sirach chapter 9 and verse 11. Sirach 9:11 says, envy not the glory of a sinner, for thou knowest not what shall be his end. So don't covet or envy or desire the things that these sinners got going. You don't want to get caught up in, I got to get the new Tesla. I just have to have it. If I don't have it, I'm going to die. You don't want to get caught up in Gucci belts, the new red bottoms. Look, man, you don't know what they end gonna be. Don't get caught up in being Facebook famous, Instagram famous, TikTok famous, you know, just famous in general, because you don't know what they end gonna be. You know what these men have to do to get famous? And I'm gonna be honest, man. TikTok famous, Facebook famous, that's a fake, that's a synthetic
Image.
a synthetic image of famous. You're not actually famous. You know, that's like the off brand, the knockoff.
Yeah, that's virtual.
Yeah, you on the outside you appear to be famous, but you're not really famous. Now, when you're famous, you have that notoriety and you actually live that lifestyle where you have money, you actually have revenue coming. Hey, look, these Instagram models and these girls pretending to have this lifestyle and this, that, and the third, and that's not really what's going on. They don't have nothing. Now, when you take it to the next level, the women who, you know, the actors, the actresses, the rappers, the female artists, the Megan Thee Stallions, they don't even have that lifestyle that they pretending to have. The Nicki Minaj, look, don't envy those things, because you don't know what kind of end is coming for them. It says, delight not in the thing that the ungodly have pleasure in, but remember that they shall not go unpunished unto their grave. So he's telling you, period, point blank, don't delight in those things, don't desire in those things. They're not gonna go unpunished. And if you going into the same things they going into, then you're gonna reap the same reward, the same punishment. Captain DeBar, I believe it's on you though.
Now we can just continue. Go ahead. What you at? What you want me to get?
That's all I was gonna grab right there.
Oh, okay, so I guess I will pull this out.
Right,
So not only that, the brother was going over him letting the heathen's cup fill and us getting immediately punished. Not only that, but the Most High always came back to save us. These heathens don't have that. Egypt will never be the same again. Babylon, the first Babylon, will never be the same again. Persian and the Medes will never be the same again. And now we're waiting on the Greek and the Roman Empire, which is the same people. We're waiting for their cup to fill up so they can never be the same again. But I do got this precept. And this is King David also. This is Psalms 18 and 40. It says, thou hast given me the necks of mine enemies that I might destroy them that hate me. Right. And we know all nations that hate us. Psalms 83. It says, they cried, but there was none to Salakia. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. So they not gonna be saved. That's the big advantage that we have on these heathens. Also, the Lord always comes back for his children. But for the heathen, when America, Babylon the Great goes down, it's gonna stay down. That's all I had.
All right, Khan, man. We're kind of winding down a little bit. Hey, I'm gonna say this, that Soldier Zion, can you give me Nahum chapter 3 and 5? Hey, look at what Officer Thaham dropped though. This is a classic. Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 15 says, "Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink, that puttest thy bottle to him, and makest him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness." Now the destruction is going to go to him that giveth his neighbor drink. Now the one that is feeding us with this drink and that's putting the bottle to us is our enemies, chiefly Idumea or Esau, the white man, the so-called white man. He puts the bottle to us and he makes us drunk. It says, the scripture says, "And makest him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness." Now, when you go to Judith chapter 5, Captain DeBar, you know what I want?
I believe it's 5 and 20. You talking about
Yeah, can you grab that for me?
Yeah.
Start at 17. Start at 17.
God. So this is Judas chapter 5 and verse 17. It says, "And while they sinned not before their power, they prospered, because the power that hateth iniquity was with them."
Hey, so whenever we don't sin, the Most High God is going to go out before us and fight our fights. He's going to put our enemies to flight. You know, all he's saying is when we doing what we're supposed to be doing, the Most High God got our back. You know, come on.
God, in verse 18, "But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles very sore, and
Hey,
were led." God.
But when we broke the law, statutes, and commandments, and we depart from the things that was appointed to us, the Most High God, he lets us be overcome. He lets us be conquered. He lets us be overtaken and taken by our enemies in captivity. You know, he lets us get devoured. Come on.
God, it says, "And were led captives into a land that was not theirs.
Right.
And the temple of their power was cast to the ground, and their cities were taken by the enemies."
Right. And look, this is a heathen who's actually telling this to another heathen. That's the crazy part. It's a heathen telling another heathen what's up. He putting them up on game. So the heathens know our weakness. Our weakness is sin. When we are doing period, point blank, when we in sin, we are more available or more easily conquered because the Most High God isn't going to be on our side. And the heathens actually know that. Right? Like when it goes into what is this, Psalms 82 or 83? It's been a minute. I ain't been there in a second. The point is, the enemies, they know our weaknesses. I like to think about stuff as a one-on-one fight because it's really relatable. Like the UFC fighters or a boxer, they watch a ton of film on their opponent that they have to fight. You know, like Muhammad Ali, he was probably studying who his opponent was before he stepped in the ring with him, so he could see where his flaws was and how he was going to fight him, so that he could come out on top and get the victory. Now you got to think about that on a spiritual level with our enemies. We study our enemy. We know Esau like the front and the back of our hand. We study him. We know him. We know how he operates. We know where he gets power from. You know, we know where his strengths is. We know where our strengths are. We know where our weaknesses. How much more, man? Esau is cunning. He's crafty. Hey, he's more subtle than any beast of the field. If you got ears to hear him, he knows our weakness is sin. He's going to try his best to keep us in sin. That's why he put that bottle to us. That's why he tries to get us drunk so that we can be naked. Hey, it's a precept in Revelation. It's all kind of precepts. Hey, like Exodus 32. I'll just quote it. And if you don't believe me, you can go check. I believe it's Exodus chapter 32. Moses, he had just got the Ten Commandments. You know, it was written on them stones. He was getting that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He's soaking it up. The Most High God said, go down there. You know, they tripping. Moses go down there and he see them in idolatry. He see them committing a great sin. And what did he say? I got to grab it because it ain't going to do it justice if I don't grab it. Real quick. Bear with me.
I'll get it for you.
Go to 32, Exodus 32 and 25.
God.
You can start at 24.
God. This is Exodus chapter 32 and verse 25.
Mm-hmm.
God, 32 and 24. It says, and I said unto them, whosoever have any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf.
This is what Aaron is saying to the people. Come on.
God. Verse 25. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies.
Now, Christians that tell you that they was actually naked. They was down there having, they was down there committing fornication and everybody was naked. That's not what that's talking about, King. That's not what that's talking about. Everybody was naked down there because they was in idolatry. Nakedness is a cold word for you being in sin, right? And there's numerous of precepts going into that. Everybody think that Adam and Eve was actually naked in the garden. No, that's not what that's really saying, King. That's not what's really going on.
Got the precept.
Go ahead.
This is Job 31 and 33. If I covered my transgressions as
What?
Adam.
He said if he covered his trip. Go ahead, King.
If I covered my transgressions as Adam by hiding mine iniquity in my bosom.
You got it.
Kind. So like you said, we see Adam and Eve, they did what? They so-called, everybody say that they naked, they grabbed 2 fig leaves and they covered themselves and this, that, and the third. No, that's not actually what happened. They was trying to hide their sin and their iniquity from the Most High God, you know. Most High went in the garden and, like, you know, he calling for Adam. Adam, where are you? You know, it's all a story. The Most High God, he know exactly where Adam is. He ain't got to just walk through there and be like, where are you at? You know, like the Most High just some fool or something. No, he know where he at, and he know exactly what's going on. They was in sin the same way the people in the wilderness was in sin. They was naked. You could see them plain as day. They naked. They in sin. They obviously in not covering up with the Most High's covering. Pursuing the Isaiah 30:1, I believe. Is it Isaiah 30:1? Yeah, kind. Basically, covering with the covering which is not of my spirit. We're supposed to be covered up with the Most High Spirit. Supposed to be covered up in white, covered up in His law, statutes, and commandments, covered up in faith. That's what we're supposed to be covered up with. We're not supposed to be naked. Because if you take all that off, you naked. Now you in sin. You don't got the Most High Spirit on you. So, Khan, go ahead, King.
He said, backpack. God, put that in your macaroni. Hey, now check this out. This is 2 Chronicles chapter 28 and verse 19. 2 Chronicles chapter 28 and verse 19 says, for the Lord brought Judah low because of Ahaz, king of Israel. The Lord brought Judah low because of Ahaz, the king of Israel. It says, for he made Judah naked. Did Ahaz go throughout the land of Israel and say, everybody get naked? Is that what's going on? No, that's not what's going on. It says, for he made Judah naked and transgressed sore against the Lord. Now you see it again, period, point blank. If you can't catch that, I don't know. You might need to stop playing. If you can't catch that one, you don't need to be a wide receiver. Hey,
Shut up.
for real though, it says Ahaz made the children of Judah naked because he caused them to transgress the Lord. When you break the law, statutes, and commandments, you naked. And perfect precept is Isaiah 30:1, man. And there's plenty of precepts that we can go to, like Revelation chapter 3, verse 16. I like Psalms 132:9. Hey, we already put out a few of them, and they should get the job done. Now, this is why we're going through this precept right here. Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink. So destruction is going to the man that gets his neighbor drunk. And that's not a regular drink. That's wine. That's not regular wine. That's philosophies and doctrines. That putteth the bottle to him and maketh him drunken also. And he kind of forced it down his throat. Hey, give me Sirach 30. I'm going to grab it. Sirach 31. Captain DeBar, you can grab it. It's the last verse in there, I believe.
God.
31-31.
Salakia. God, this is Sirach chapter 31 and verse 31.
Now remember, it says that he puts the bottle to him and maketh him drunken also. He makes him drink. Come on, read that verse.
God, it says, rebuke not thy neighbor at the wine, and despise him not at his mirth.
Hey, so hey, hold on real quick. I want to break down that first part. Now, you're not supposed to really, especially on the feast day. Now, if the brother is getting sloppy drunk, you know his limit. You've been around the brother. You know how he act. All right, bro, you got to chill. But you can't get mad at a brother for feasting on the feast day. That's all they're saying. You can't get mad at the bro. Look, it's a new moon. You know, I'm glad for this, man. Or it's Passover. I got to drink wine. Or it's Pentecost. We're going to celebrate. Or, hey, it's the destruction of Nicanor. We're gonna drink. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna read the scriptures. Don't get mad at your brother for drinking wine on them days. Now, if your brother is one of them brothers and he drink too much and he start talking crazy, he start doing crazy stuff, then okay, you gotta chill. That's all the first part is saying. But we went to this verse for the last part of the scripture. Watch what it say. Bring it out.
God, it says, give him not the spiteful words, so like it, give him not the spiteful words, and press not upon him with urging him to drink.
It says, and press not upon him with the urging of drink. Like certain brothers, they know what's good for them and they know what's not good for them. That's wisdom. That's experience. It tell you that in the book of Sirach. Now, Officer Aharon, in the world, I'm gonna speak on this because it's gonna be beneficial.
Okay.
In the world, me and Officer Aharon, we was close friends. We always been close friends. Now I was into like smoking a lot. I smoked a lot, and I will always try and get him to smoke, but he would never, ever, 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 ever come by here. That's a joke. Laugh. You got to be woke. They don't know what's going on. Zion missed it. Anyways.
He says Zion missed it.
Zion, what is it off of?
Yo, listen. It's 2 a.m.
All right, so the point is, I would press upon Aharon urgently to smoke. Now, you're not supposed to, the scripture says drink. I'm aware of that, but I was using it as a similitude. Now, you're not supposed to press upon your neighbor, urging him to drink. Like, hey, bro, drink. Ah, you a wuss. You scared? You scared of a little wine? What? You're not supposed to urge your brother and press upon him to drink. Hey, that brother might know that it's not, when he drink, he start acting crazy, start tripping, you start cussing brothers out, you start trying to fight. You're not supposed to, hey, look, they get it. Look, Zion, there you go. King, there you go. That's the answer.
Friday. Yeah.
Hey, so it tells you you're not supposed to press upon your brother, urging him to drink. Now Esau, he contrary. He's gonna force you to drink. He will pry your mouth open and force this alcohol and this wine down your throat. Now we know that this is not an actual wine. It's not an actual alcohol. It's his ideas. you know, his sorcery, his witchcraft, his idolatry, you know, his gods, you know, the Marvel movies, you know, all of these different things. He forces them down your throat. He press upon you, urging you to drink it. And it says he does that he can see your nakedness. So he can see you in sin. Hey, in the back of his mind, he know if he can get you to sin, he know he got you. He won the battle. Right? And you know what I strongly dislike? I strongly dislike when brothers teach against the law, statutes, and commandments. Bro, you the problem. You the reason why we can't get out of captivity right now, bro. You the reason why we're naked. You the reason why our enemies is one up on us, man. You the reason why God don't fight for us. You the reason why he ain't got our back right now, bro. You know. Hey, pull out that Nahum. And I'm kind of winding it down. Hey, do anybody got anything they want to add real quick?
La.
Captain?
Lot.
All right, Khan, bring that out real quick. And Aharon, you can get that. Is it Corinthians? I believe.
Yeah, I know.
Khan.
Nahum 3 and what?
3 and 5.
This is Nahum 3 verse 5. It says, "Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will discover thy skirt upon thy face, and I will shew the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame."
He said, look, I'm against thee. He said, I'm going to discover your skirts upon thy face. Hey, you know what a skirt does? A skirt or a dress, it kind of covers up, your secrets. It covers up your secret parts. That's what the Bible will call it. That's your privacy. Your secret parts. You don't want everybody seeing that. Now, the secrets is supposed to be comely and beautiful and delicate. But when you lift up the skirt of this nation, it's not comely. It's not beautiful. It's not delicate. It's the opposite. It's used up. Everything that been in there. It got
beautifully put.
right. It got weird stuff crawling out. Like, what's that? Why it look like that? You know? And she can't hide it. It's being lifted up. Her skirt is being lifted up. All of the sins, all of the wickedness, all of the atrocities, the abomination. Hey, look, the Bible says in 2 Thessalonians, we just went to it. And what did it say? The scripture said that man of sin has to be revealed. Hey, lessons like this. Hey, look, man, one lesson at a time, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, month by month, year by year. Hey, we're starting to understand who Esau truly is, how he really gets down. And not just him, everybody. We're exposing everybody. We lifting up their skirts. We lifting up their dresses. You know, it's supposed to be a woman, but it's really something else down there. That's America for you, though. You can't put nothing past them. She's supposed to be a woman, and it's really something else. You know, that's America for you, though, man. We have to expose her. The Bible says we have to. You know, it says, I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will show the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame. Hey, what did the Lord say? We already read it in Revelation 18 and 5. Reward her double as she have rewarded you. Hey, what did Esau do? He forced us to drink. He forced us to drink so he could look on their nakedness. But now the Lord is returning to her double. And everybody, not just us, the whole world, all of the other nations is going to see America's wickedness. It's going to see her nakedness. It's going to see how sinful and how prideful and how boastful she really is. And all of the secrets and the mysteries, it ain't secrets no more. Her secret parts, they ain't secret no more. You know, hey, what is saying Sirach? She opened her quiver to every arrow. That's a
Dang. All right. I think he froze out. Captain, do you hear him?
No, I can't hear him. I don't know what.
You can hear me now?
He's back. He's back.
Yeah, we can hear you now, King.
Salakia, Satan pulled up. Hey, we finna close it up though, man. We finna close it up. Hey, get second Corinthians 2:11. Real quick. It's cool. We know Esau gotta get us out of here. We've been on here 5 hours.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 2 and 11. It says, lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices.
We ain't ignorant. We know what he on. He crafty though. He almost got me out of there. Man. Hey, the time is nigh though, man. It's very nighy. Salvation is not far off. Hey, I pray everybody. Hey, I actually do pray for the whole nation. I pray for myself, my household, the camp, the whole nation, man. Make sure everybody is throwing up them prayers. Not only for yourself. Don't be stingy, man. We all need that. Hey, I always gotta exhort all of the men, all of the women who striving for the truth unto death and examining themselves on a day-to-day basis. Aharon, you got that precept?
God, this is 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 38. So like at 15 and 58. It says, therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, for as much as ye know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord.
Khan. This is a powerful scripture. Make sure that you're being steadfast. Make sure you're unmovable. Make sure you're assured of the things that you learned, and make sure you're assured of the men that taught you those things. Make sure you're unmovable in the things that you was taught, meaning you're not tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine. Make sure you pacing yourself. This ain't a sprint, it's a marathon. Only the strong survive. Endure. Hey, if you endure, that's the men, that's the women that's going to be saved. And we know that with this work that we putting in, we're not putting it in. We're not just beating the air. We know that we striving for a prize. Make sure y'all striving, y'all putting in the work. It's more work to be done than just doing breakdowns over the Bible. Make sure you actually moving in the fruits of the spirit as best as your ability. Make sure you exercising your faith, and make sure you gentle and you try and be meek with your brothers as much as it be possible, like Paul said. You know, make sure you're abounding in faith and love. Hey, double grace, double honors to all the brothers and sisters out here who striving for the truth. The book of Sirach, chapter 43 and verse 30 says, when you glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as you can, for even yet will he far exceed. And when you exalt him, put forth all your strength and be not weary, for ye can never go far enough. And with that, we're going to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, Bahashem, Hamashiach, Yahweh Sham. Hey, like General Hezekiah always say, never forget, death to America. Shalom wa barak mashbaka. Shalom.
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 Shalom.